Alrighty, chat. That was a trickier one. Hello, hello. How are we all doing today? Happy Friday, chat. Made it to the end of the week. Woo! Hope you're all doing well. We're back with some Baldur's Gate, today. And there's been a lot of new updates and changes, chat. They added some new epilogue stuff. Which means we're gonna return to Tiny Rage. Her adventure has not ended. However, supposedly in order to actually get the epilogue stuff, I need to load a save from before the final fight. So we have to redo the final fight. So, this'll be interesting. Brain went potato mode trying to figure out words. Yeah, that one's words were not wording. Let's see, I need to load Brain, Tiny Rage. And then I need to figure out this looks like it's outside the final fight, so hopefully this is far enough back to be able to get it. So let's go ahead and load this and see if it all works. Made myself a quesadilla today, chat. Gosh, my brain hasn't been on, like, barbarian mode in a hot minute, so this will be interesting. Okay. Alright. What did we have last time when we had a fire wine barrel on us that whole time as well? Jeez. 'Cause I remember last time we ended up being, like, all of a sudden really worried about, getting Orpheus up to the location in time. Hello, Mom. End of game spoilers. But we're back with Tiny Rage! Woohoo! Okay, so we're on the Orphic Hammer at the moment. Where is my other weapon? There it is. Yeah, let's put that back on. I don't think I did that last time. But yeah, hello everybody. Peace, hello. Mars, hello. Okay. So we're probably fine now to go ahead and... Okay. Just trying to remember everything we were set up with here. Okay. Brain time. Hey, Wolf. Welcome in. For those curious why we're back here, we are attempting to get the new Epilogue content, which means I had to load a save from before the... Sorry, from before the final fight. Mom, please tell me this is the baby. Oh my god! Oh. So, chat, my grandfather had requested a puppy for Christmas because he misses his dog, and so they went ahead and put a down payment on one it's still a baby. It's still gotta grow a little bit before we can bring it home. But Mom just sent a picture of it, and it's so cute! Oh, it's got the little brown eyebrows! I love it so much! Oh.
There it is. The crown of Carsus. The site of power. The site of domination. We need to use the
Oh my god, it's a baby weenie dog, Chad. It is so little. I'm so excited. Y'all will get all of the pictures eventually. Maybe if we convince Mom, she'll put it in the Discord. Oh.
That's the person from my dreams.
Mom, it's so cute! Mom! Mom, can I show chat? Hey! You can come in if you want. Hi.
It's so cute! It's the cutest! Okay, I will find out how to put chat. Discord, rather.
Alright, Mom's gonna put the picture into Discord chat. She's so cute. I didn't realize she had brown on her too. She's got my favorite feature, which is the brown eyebrows.
Yeah.
It makes her look angry.
Yeah. She's almost like a miniature Georgia.
But brown!
Yeah.
Oh, I love her so much.
Okay. After.
Oh. Oh, yo, chat, look at this initiative roll.
It said the upload failed, but there it is, so I don't know. Did it work?
Rude. Let me see. Oh, Discord's been fucking borked with images lately. Let me see if I can... You're not the only one having this issue. Someone in the mod chat was also saying that they couldn't upload pictures. Probably has to do with the new mobile update that they did. It's broken.
They need to freaking fix it.
There we go. Mine went in.
Fine.
There you go, chat. In the Discord is the baby. She already looks so big. How old did you say she is?
She's actually going to be older than I thought. She's going to be 8 weeks when we get her.
Okay. Appropriate response there, Peace.
Exactly. All of that. She's so freaking cute!
And yes, her name is Daisy, and she is a potato. She's so cute.
Love.
Oh.
One I was hoping it would be. I was afraid it was going to be the other one, but I'm glad it's not.
Oh my god, chat, I love her. She'll be old enough for us to bring home, just after Christmas. I'm so excited. We haven't had a puppy in the house since Tetra was a baby. So it's been a long time. So, I've got the puppy fever. But yeah, she got one of my favorite things is when the dark furred dogs have the brown eyebrows. It makes them look kinda angry. This is the first picture of her I'm getting to see. The only other picture we saw was of the whole litter, just like blobbed together as babies.
She was at the bottom of the puppy pile.
She was at the bottom of the puppy pile.
Yeah.
So I hadn't actually gotten to see which one she was yet. So that's the first time I'm seeing the picture too. I'm so excited. She's so cute. Okay, we have an important fight to do. Okay, chat. This initiative roll is absolutely bonkers, and I love it. I'm trying to think. Last time I left the Dream Guardians and largely focused on killing, the Emperor, which I think was still a good move. What is... Affected entities grant temporary hit points. If these are removed by incoming damage, the shield bursts, possibly stunning nearby foes. Okay. That's fine. I think I'm gonna have... Astarion summon his ghouls to start with. They're a little too far. Just gonna fucking surround. And then... I might want to... I don't know if I want to action surge early or save it for... The Nautiloid appears in 4 turns, and that was a really annoying thing to deal with last time. It wasn't the end of the world, though. We just want to get as much done as we can before it shows up, was the thing. I don't think I can get him far enough to do anything else. Give myself... I can give someone else True Strike. Okay. There. And then I'll go ahead and put him down here. Hey, Rabbit!
I won't give in.
Okay, I don't have enough fucking movement to even get to If I do that, I do.
Fall by my hand.
I won't be able to rage this turn. But I can just smack the shit out of him. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna take Shadowheart's turn to call in allies. Who to start with? Flork's Personal Guard, highly defensive warriors. Gur Hunt Wardens. 2 elite assassins. Zevlor's Hell Riders. Let's just start with the warriors. And we'll put them over here to fight that guardian. Let's move forward. Let's go ahead. Spiritual weapon. This one. Okay, is calling allies a full action? Yeah, okay. I think I'm still going to summon the Hell Riders on Lae'zel's turn here. Then I want to save the Misty Step as long as I can. What's the range on this? None. Okay. Let's get ourselves down here. Let's just Hunter's Mark you. Okay. God, I forgot you had so many fucking abilities. Alright, that's what we have to use on the crown, and its range is absolute peanuts. Concentrated Blast. Actions and bonus actions are interchangeable. Okay. Force Tunnel. Black Hole. Target's armor class is reduced by 5. Stage fright, disadvantage. Okay. I think we're gonna take him along the side here. Oof, fuck. Seven. Oh, I can hit like a shit ton of. immune to stun, but they all took damage, and that's amazing. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to just... Actually, I could just move him here so that he can only take... Okay, smash. Damn. Woohoo.
Oneness, perfection. Yield to it.
Damn. You know, I think last time I killed him so fast he didn't even get to do anything. Uh-oh. I forgot how bad the zoom-in issue is on this. Okay. He's way the fuck over there. We need to go ahead and move at least some.
Don't waste a step.
Rage. Bolt of Light. Not the best one to have. Fine. Go ahead and... Damn, I was hoping to reduce his movement speed with that. Oh well. Okay, and the ghouls just kind of go. Ghouls always break so weirdly. Okay, he's big chillin', but I need to move her out because I want to summon some dudes to deal with the mind flares up here. Too far away. Damn. Okay. I guess we can just shoot at someone, maybe. It's only resistant to fire, so... These ones are out of range, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Should have done that first. Oh well. Okay. Okay. Hope. Mass heal. We love it. Oh, you're within dragon. Okay. Whoops. Shadowheart just chilling back there? Okay.
By will or by force, you will join us.
What's the point of that teleport? Just to run back the direction? Okay. Well, there went the ghouls.
Time to push my luck again.
Jeez, does anybody get a turn right now? Stop throwing rocks at Shadowheart! Oh, we get a turn now, do we? Cool. Okay. God, the Emperor's so fucking far away. Put you there to deal with him.
You need to take control of the nether brain. Get to the crown and cast the spell. Now!
Working on it.
My path be true.
Okay, Oh, one of those was really low on health. Whoops. That doesn't help.
Taste mine.
Um... Why is this an invalid target? That's annoying. Damn, saved. Well, that one's stunned at least, but... Could you have attacked the one closer to Orpheus, please? Fuck. Ow. Well, there they went. Damn, poor cleric. Well, Orpheus is about to die. We're gonna have to restart this. We just got absolutely fucking destroyed. Holy shit.
Spill some blood.
Um... Really?
Survive this blast.
I don't think I can get her far enough to heal Orpheus. I could just do like a 5th level cure wounds on him. If I could... Because that's... Or no, healing word, rather. Because that's a bonus action. Do I have like a Misty Step scroll on me still? Among any of my garbage? Misty Step. Fuck, that's also a bonus action. Crap! And I don't have a dimension door instead. So it would I'd have to be able to get close enough to touch.
Have to keep going.
I still don't think that's enough distance for... Damn. Okay, this is the best I can do. That's not a lot, unfortunately. Go beat the shit out of you. Beautiful. Let's go. Okay, okay, does any of these heal himself? There. Now he has 85 hit points instead of the 20-something that he had. Oh, guess we're just attacking the dragon with the tiny hammer. Goodbye. And myself stunned. I don't know what just died. I think the last of those warriors died. Incoming nautiloid. Uh-oh. This is fine. Please let this hit. Thank you. Thankfully, the flying movement on this is better than on the spiritual weapon.
Never a dull moment.
Um...
Blood follows me everywhere.
Smack. Smack. Nobody's close enough for that. Okay. How does the tiniest movement where I'm not even leaving your threatened range provoke an attack of opportunity from you? That's rude. Okay, allies. What's left of the Gur can come help here. Only 2 of them. Unfortunate. Okay. That was a pretty good chunk of health on them. Can I just attack? Yeah. Dang it. Missed. So productive. Can you stop running away? Like, that'd be great. And they're instantly dead. Okay. Eat. Alright, they're gone.
Yes.
that's right, that's just a mind flare, just vibing. Okay. So it got teleported in. Wham!
No choice but to keep going.
Yeet!
Shit didn't need me or anything.
Okay. I'm slowly working everybody up top for what's to come. Okay, let's call in your gear. Cool. Okay, Lizelle's all the way over there. It's fine. That one's dead. Now we're gonna grab this one and bring it back over here. Cool. That one's dead. Hastening spores. Cool. Self-heal. That's better than nothing. I got quite a few hits then. Did I just lose the Deva too? No, I didn't. Okay. Phew. Oh, lovely. And like button.
A better position.
Okay. Can I heal anyone from here? Yes, I can, just barely. Nope, nope. But I can heal Tiny Rage.
What now?
Okay, I'll need to move all of them out of range of that in a moment. Oh, just out of range. Heck. Okay, no phantasmal killer. How far does death? That's way too big of a range. Okay. Da-da-da-da-dum. Okay. How about... get cloud kill where I kind of want it. I can only hit the dragon with it, but at least it's something. Just gonna put it in this corner. Nice. Why did she shoot an arrow at that? Was awful. Cluster bombs, concussive blast, infernal dagger. Nice. Okay, can I get you up here? I can, actually. It's too far away for Flame Strike. That's okay. Level 5 cure wounds. Oh, that's right. Orpheus is a displacer beast. I'm like, what the fuck is... No, he's fine. Okay. Still think I'm gonna do a mass cure wounds to get Lae'zel and Tiny Rage. Might as well hit Orpheus. Can I heal the tiny one down here? I can. Good for them. Oh, Zevlor perished. Astarian's the only other person within range missing any health, so... Okay. Okay, dismiss the form. Move him. Can I not move? There you go. So can I not move you? Why can't I move you? Let's go ahead and bonus action big ol' healing potion. And then start channeling on the crown. Give you 8 temp hit points. Let's move you. Call in. Let's go ahead and call in Aelin over here.
It's your time.
part of me kind of wonders if I used Shadowheart's, Divine Intervention, if it would also revive all of, like, the smaller allies too, or if it only works on party members.
Just keep them back.
Let's go ahead and just get the owl bear in here, why not?
Get out here, come. Time to find the air you'll keep. Let's go.
Okay, he's at least closer now to be able to join. Gross.
Another fight. Let's go.
Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Techmecha. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Okay, cool. That sub did count towards our goal. So I adjusted the goal again, chat. I made it count sub points instead to see if that it would count for, like, resubs later. Because I noticed that when Sky resubbed earlier in the week that it didn't count towards the weekly goal. So I'm hoping that sub points maybe it'll count instead. So I also reduced the goal by 1 in the update since I wanted it to count Sky's resub. So now it's only at 19 instead of 20. In 3 more subs then, chat, we get to spin the wheel. So keep that in mind. Do I have a disintegrate in here? I've got shatter. Phantasmal killer. Eye bite, fear, flesh to stone. Oh, is that a disintegrate? That's a disintegrate. Can I reach with a disintegrate? Not even a little bit. Cool. That's fine. Well, thank you for the posture check. And the hydrate. I don't think it's gonna do anything unless I set it on fire. So I don't think throwing that's gonna help. Just like awkwardly doing stuff from a mile away. Regan. At least it hit. is he going? Oh, he's been feared. That's rude and unhelpful. Okay,
Got to press.
I think it only revives companions, which is unfortunate. Save that. Aw, can't use that from up here. Rude. What do you mean outside of normal range and it's too dark? What? No, I don't agree. Thank you very much. Where did he... Where the fuck is he at on the initiative? Weird. Whatever. Okay. I want to hit all of my allies with the fire. I've just got everybody up here just kind of waiting. Just That summon elemental scroll, like, never fucking worked properly. Yeet! Sorry. Oh, still managed to hit it.
chance.
Portal time.
Even bound, its will is stronger than anything you've ever felt. Our chains shake, threatening to break at any moment.
It's vulnerable, but not defeated. Use the portal. We will bring it down together.
Woohoo!
Its will is weakening. The brain is almost defeated.
Okay. Where... I swear, all of your abilities just got rearranged. Down we go. 5 turns to kill it. Okay. I did not mean for her to go in. Okay, well, fuck. She shouldn't have even had to move. And fucking...
It will not be broken by you. It will break you. Move! Destroy it from within!
Just walk.
In we go.
There you are, you wretched thing. Time to die.
Oh, cool. He's already on the wrong side of the Orb of Negations. That's fun. Still have a bonus action. Could feather fall and jump down on our next turn. Can't move this turn, but we've got 10 rounds of that to just jump him down.
Nothing will stand in my way. This is it.
Enter.
Will is weakening.
25 damage and prone to jump down there. Be my bonus action to take the Featherfall scroll. It's fine. We're fine.
Its will is weakening. We have the upper hand. Time to end this.
It's only a 25% chance on divine intervention. You gotta be kidding. Flame Strike was a level 5 and I didn't save a spell slot for it. Blah. Um... Where are my arrows? What does this count as? It's aberration. I don't think any of those arrows had anything to do with beasts, constructs, fiends, humanoids, monstrosities, undead. No aberrations. I need this to not hit everybody and only hit the nether brain. Did that not even hit him? You've gotta be kidding. Oh my god, the screen just jumps around so much during all that.
Time. We destroy the nether brain and end the grand design.
Action to do that. 40 points. She'd survive it. It would just hurt. Like a lot. across here. No. Of course it's saved. Fuck. I hate that that's the platform marked for negation next. Crap. There's nowhere to hide in here. Shouldn't have jumped Ladezell down there. That sucks now so badly. Too far. God, the range on Disintegrate is so bad. Oh, that's right. I don't have any of my throwables and, like, poisons and shit on here because I forgot about that. That's... just as annoying as the first time it happened.
Come on, can't stay idle.
I need her to cancel this. There, because I can move them around to here, at the very least. %. It's even fucking worse. 26 is better than nothing.
Can't even catch my breath. Time to press ahead.
it seriously just save against that? You gotta be kidding. Yeet. But we should be good. Woohoo!
Reconsider. Assess. Implore.
Hopefully this was far enough back for the epilogue stuff.
There. At last. It is subdued.
Forgot how, like, white and pale Tiny Rage's hair looks in certain cutscenes.
Me. Become absolute.
And thus, I honor my mother's legacy. The grand design, once again, ended by my line.
The brain is on the cusp of its final thought, and it's taking all of Orpheus's strength to keep it there. An opportunity, perhaps.
Okay. Destroy it.
I must. I must obey. I must end.
Hopes, nightmares, and the screams of legions upon legions of unborn infants. The pain rips through you, obliterating all thought, all feeling. Tadpole burns in your brain. Silence. For the first time in a long time, your thoughts are entirely your own. And then, gravity.
Gravity. I love that so much. Oh wow, all this stuff and then gravity. Whoop! Their poor attempted escape by boat just to be slammed down by a giant brain monster. Let's go! Rise up, townspeople!
Everything you did, everything you sacrificed, it was worth it. For this.
It was a good ending scene.
It's done. The Netherbrain is defeated. Along with the grand design, praise Mother Gith.
My powers, they're draining. Just like Mazora said they would. A small price to pay in the grand scheme of things.
I should feel relieved. Yet my blood still simmers.
And we didn't even have to turn into mind flayers to do it. Sorry, I didn't mean to, well, you know.
Even when my time in the
Awkward.
prison stretched out like eternity, when escape seemed impossible, I never lost hope. I knew that my destiny was to liberate my people, to return to them triumphant. I was wrong. It seems I can only fulfill one part of my destiny. My people will be liberated. I cannot return to them. Not like this. You helped me destroy that abomination. Now help me destroy myself. You must kill me. But first, Lae'zel, I need your promise. Carry my hope. Carry my burden. Call my dragons, Kulos and Kuthos, and ride to the Astral Sea. Destroy Vlaakith. Release our people. Be our future and our legacy.
No pressure.
It will be done. I will never be free while my people are still bound by Vlaakith's chains.
Enough talk. Give me my freedom. Freedom from this fall. Yes. But for how long?
I don't think we killed him last time.
Screams. It will never stop until it has slipped away from me entirely. I will not be Gake. I did what I did to save my people. The rest is up to them. Someone else must rise within the ranks to lead the revolution against Vlaakith. Give me my freedom from this form. Release my soul to the astral seas, while I still have one to call my own.
I think we just persuaded him last time and went from there. Or nowhere even remotely close. That sucks. Last time I'm pretty sure we succeeded on that. Ugh. That's what I get for not saving first.
You mean well, but you do not understand. Then I will do once more what must be done. It was an honor to fight beside you, to end the grand design. Githkar Tavkim crashed.
Well, I guess we get that ending now.
Kill us!
I don't know if we got to see the dragon last time.
I can never forget you. Your name will be etched in our slates. You will be called Mlagir, Liberator.
To the skies!
That must be really hard without some sort of, like, saddle or rope to hang on to. Just awkwardly balancing on the back of a dragon.
The Githyanki are departing in peace. Curious sight in a day already full of them.
With the Githyanki gone, there's nothing left but the silence of the city. Smoldering, waiting to be rebuilt. But it seems that Gale's mind is elsewhere.
The crown. It's somewhere in the Chiontha. If I salvage the stones, I can reforge it. With the crown in my hands, I will be unstoppable. The casts I weave will be mine to command. I would be more than the greatest wizard who ever lived. I would be a god. Want, need, deserve. Choose whatever word you prefer. But it is what I'm going to do. Mistra has dictated the terms of my potential for long enough. The crown would grant me control of my own destiny at last. Think of all I could achieve. All that I could grant to those whose ambitions are restrained by Mistra's yoke. I could raise a new Netherrealm, right here in Faerun.
See, all of his talk, I just never agreed with, like, most of it. It just... He's literally just another over-ambitious dude that doesn't understand the power he's working with, and a dude before him thought he could do the same thing and fucking destroyed so much shit.
I thought you were wise enough to recognize that I am not the man I once was.
I'd recognize it if he'd stop acting like it.
I stand on the threshold of divine ascension, and you would try to keep me grounded. It's not your fault. I can hardly expect you to understand.
Ah yes, what am I before the measure of a god, right?
I will never forget. That much I promise. And if one day you feel differently, I will be honored.
He doesn't even have the power yet, he just already acts like a stuck-up god. He just doesn't act any better than the rest of them.
Farewell, Gale. I hope he still remembers us little people once he's secured godhood. Though he may have to contend with Mistra before that's a foregone conclusion. As for us, well, the future awaits.
What comes now? I cannot remember the last time we did not have a grand purpose to work towards.
I am happy we seem to have more dialogue than we had before.
Not just the city. Imagine the swathe of destruction the Absolute's armies will have caused.
I honestly don't mind what we do once we get to the... Ow! What the... Oh no. Oh God. Well, It was nice when it lasted. Ah, I'm sorry. I have to go.
Astarion will keep to the dark now, I wager. At least, he'll find plenty to feast on.
We did it, soldier. The city's going to be all right. And so are you.
Question is if we get all the stuff after this.
Engine's finally cooked. Held on just long enough. So, how'd I do?
You did great.
So are you. My friend. My companion. I adore you.
And the world adores you, Karlach.
Careful! Hot! I never gave up. I did my best. I did my best.
Avery, thank you for the raid! Welcome in!
To live.
How was your stream? If you don't want Baldur's Gate spoilers, this is literally the very end cutscenes and stuff, so be wary. We're trying to see if we can get the newer epilogue stuff, so we're back on our old characters here. Did warn them? Awesome, awesome.
No, stop.
Wonder if my end stuff's gonna be glitched again.
Coming with me. Back to Avernus. We can't.
Ah, you were also playing Baldur's Gate.
like this.
Very nice.
Not now.
What kind of character are you playing?
You can't.
You have some super weird bugs? Oh no! We'll see if it does it again. Last time we were watching all of these scenes before they did the epilogue update, my entire cutscene with Astarion was super broken. Oh, a Dirge Cleric of Selûne and a Paladin. Interesting combo. Are you resisting the urge or just going ham on it?
So, what do you say? Die here now.
Resisting's always more fun. That's fair, that's fair.
Zariel won't touch you. I swear it, Karlach.
Fine.
It's an honor playthrough, though. Oh boy. That's a rough one. We haven't touched honor mode.
No. I can't hang on much longer.
It's over.
You have stream, or you have saves pre-stream, but the areas you're getting might not be fixable. You just finished Act 1. Oh jeez. What kind of errors are you getting that are that bad?
You, there will be no illithid empire, no death god's tyranny.
Epilogue is nice. I just hope I actually get it. I hope I loaded my save early enough in.
The legends of the Sword Coast.
Someone wants to talk to you in your camp always, but no one is there. We were having a weird... Because you sent Will away after he came... after Karlach. Oh my god, it works this time!
Freedom.
I can actually see the cutscene!
Free of the parasite.
Let's go!
Free of Cazador. How I'll never be in someone's power again. And all it cost was my life in the sun. Now I belong to the shadows. So, what happens next?
It's so nice when you can actually see their faces! We're not in a black void outside the room! Oh damn, that is a lot of bugs. Gale still had his necrotic aura, couldn't talk to people at camp. Astarion said ew at you! No! Oh, jeez. We had one bug in one of my personal playthroughs with my family where Will kept having, like, a dialogue bubble above him, but wouldn't say anything important. But yeah, I wonder if the honor mode broke some stuff. Because that's a lot of bugs that you're having. Oh boy.
Do you think it's possible?
Mostly just going with the answers we did last
I
time.
suppose there is a chance. And if there's a chance, no matter how small, I'm going to take it.
It's a world of magic, there's always a
And
chance.
it would mean setting off on another adventure together. Is that what you want? Is this what you want? I would understand if you wanted to go your own way. Good. Because, selfless as I am,
So
I
selfless.
really did not want to let you go. We are rather excellent together, you know. And united, there is nothing we can't do. I can't say what the future holds for us, but I know we'll be facing it together. And we're going to have a lot of fun.
Since the Netherbrain fell, you and Astarion have seen more of Faerun than you ever thought possible. One night, he tells you that these last 6 months of happy memories are the counterweight to 200 years of misery. Next day, you receive an invitation written in a frail hand, inviting you to a gathering back in the place where your journey together began.
Hooray! Epilogue! We did go back to the right point.
A chance to meet with the friends and allies who were by your side in the battle against the Absolute.
Withers! Are you not actually here? Ooh, fancy new outfits. And yeah, and your bullshit's here too.
Thou wert called here, some from above, some below. For with thine bond, together thou hast kept the wheel of fate spinning when it threatened to halt. Though thou wert drawn far apart in the months after the collapse of the Absolute, tonight fate renews thy bond once more. Thou shouldst take care to preserve it. It is a great weapon wielded in the hand of good. Go. Know one another once more.
Look how big you've gotten! You're so big! Aww. Oh, and Scratch is here. It very much is a giant baby now. Okay, let's see. Who? Sure, let's talk to Volo first.
Ah, my dear friend, it's been an age, has it not? You're looking very well indeed. Our skeletal friend will be very pleased to see I found my way here, despite my invitation getting lost in the post.
Oh, yes. Definitely very lost. Getting yourself into more trouble.
Always, my friend. But the villain I must needs slay today is my greatest yet. A deadline.
Not the deadlines,
I'm
chat.
surprised to find I'm soon to publish a little holiday read about our adventures together. I've gotten quite good at replicating your signature, so you needn't even bother with the release form. You might help me with the title, though. I'm considering The Hero and Me. What do you think?
I think you can do better than that.
Oh, terribly sorry, but you mistake me, my friend. I'm only accepting complimentary feedback at this time.
Ah, fair. My bad.
Once the manuscript is finished, you'd even be willing to write a foreword? Or better yet, I'll write a draft and you can just sign your name. Better still, I'll sign it for you. Your success really has been wonderful for my
He sounds so
reputation.
intense when he said
But
that.
You mustn't let me hog your attention all night, my friend. You've many friends to chat to, and I'd love to listen in.
You found something amazing. Being a cleric of Selûne / paladin sometimes gives you dialogue options for paladin of Selûne. Ah, interesting. You gotta love the sneaky combos like that. Oh yeah, no, Volo's works will be entirely factual, 100%. No doubts about that. Aura of possibility. Gale, you turned gray. God of ambition. Yeah, that makes sense.
I need a moment for the two of us.
You would think someone of my vintage would be inured to the passage of time. Yet these past 6 months have seemed endless without your company. But now, our paths cross once more.
Considering we didn't really get along, I wouldn't say we didn't get along, we just didn't talk much, jeez.
Just as I hoped they would, more like. The Oak Father has been kind to me this past while. Yet I cannot forget the bond we all forged together. It is one that can weather any distance, any passage of time. I know it can, for I feel the longing for old friends in my heart each day.
Who knows?
You are right, of course. I am accustomed to dwelling on the past, even when it brought me nothing but unhappiness. You changed that, and gave me the most precious of memories. Now the task is to make yet more of them, so that each reunion shall be all the sweeter. And who's to say we need to make such gatherings a rare occasion? My hearth is yours to warm yourself beside always. Now, we have much to catch up on. Do not allow me to ramble on. I am eager to hear all you've been doing.
Not much. Let's see.
In that case,
What have you been up to?
Our community grows rapidly. In 6 months, we have turned what was once a shadowy wasteland into a true home for all. In another 6 months, I would wager the scars of the past will be entirely invisible, even to those who remember them. The old masonry of Moonrise Towers and Rifling have been repurposed into new homes.
You went back to the Moonrise area, that makes sense.
With harvests and bountiful trees. Nature and civilization are in harmony. Stronger together.
Halcyon really is just like a font of positivity.
In a manner of speaking, yes. Though it is a more complex, evolving beast than I could ever have anticipated. True balance is no simple, fixed thing. I see that now. We welcome folk from all walks of life. Anyone who wishes for a new start. Naturally, it can be chaotic at times, but it is a thrilling sort of chaos. It thrives in ways I could never have dreamed of.
It would be cool to be able to go see
You are
some of the
welcome
areas and
whenever
how
you
they've
like,
changed.
and for however long you please. Now, please, tell me all, and spare no details. I shall not lie. I have an ulterior motive in wishing to hear all. It is the children, you see. My charges. Their appetite for bedtime tales is greater than I could ever have anticipated. Another story, Daddy Halsin. Another is the chorus that greets me each nightfall.
He would just adopt like 20
I have
kids.
all but exhausted my repertoire in but a few short months. No mean feat given the lifetime I have lived. I desperately need new material, please. My reputation is at stake.
That first option. Had I known bedtime tales were a possibility, I'd have sought you out at camp. Let's see what we have.
I am all ears. Though I never cared for that phrase. A rather unsettling image.
A little bit. Oh look, we could unleash our inner Volo. Let's just give him some tails.
You have kept yourself busy. I expected no less, in truth. I shall be able to keep the children enthralled for a few more nights yet, thanks to you. And should you wish to retell of your exploits in person, well, I shall not object to a night off.
Babysitting duty.
It would be cruel of me to hoard you all to myself for the evening, as much as I would like to. I shall leave you to the others for now, unless there was anything else.
Not particularly. Okay, well, fine. Yeah, tell me about Thaniel.
Quite often. They come and go as they please, but with so many playmates to avail of, they are far from strangers. They ask after you often. What you did for them will never be forgotten. I can see it in the land all around me. But more importantly, I see it in their faces whenever they visit. To make a child smile is to dabble with the power of gods as far as I'm concerned.
What of the Grove?
On occasion, but I prefer not to interfere. Francesca of the High Forest is Archdruid now, and by all accounts, she has proven to be a steady and wise influence. Even Korga may yet find true balance, thanks to her influence. As did I, but
yeah.
Somehow I feel like I no longer need to roam. That I have found something worthy laying roots for. Amazing what can be discovered about oneself, even at a ripe old age.
You don't look that old. You're looking great for whatever your age is.
I spend half my days in ursine form. The children demanded. I had a score of them taking turns riding upon my back just days ago. I'm glad they are so comfortable with the Oakfather's creations. But they must learn that not all are as amiable as I am. A lesson for another time, though. They deserve some joy.
Yeah, they'll learn the other lessons later.
Roaming, that impulse has dwindled, I must admit. Perhaps because I have found where I am meant to be.
Yeah, hug time.
I was just thinking the very same.
Hug the short one. Aww. That is a long hug.
Your embrace makes me feel safer than any armor could. Before you go, I have something for you. Just a little keepsake, really. Do you remember how I told you I like to whittle? I made this.
Is it a bear?
Ducks
It's a
are
duck!
my favorite, but I thought they were particularly fitting in this case. They are migratory birds, of course, traveling far and wide with the turn of the seasons. Yet, they always find their way back to where they belong. Just like old friends find themselves back in each other's company.
That's cute. You are very sentimental.
Oh, I am well aware, trust me. Now, I've taken up enough of your time. Go on, enjoy the festivities.
Item received, whittled duck. Damn, look at all these resistances it's got. Strong duck. Okay, let's get talking to Gale out of the way so I never have to talk to him again.
There you are, my mortal friend. Goodness. Was Faerun always so dull?
You were.
Still, at least the company was worth the trip, if not the view.
I really don't want to be nice to him.
I'm forgetting my audience. Etiquette amongst the gods works rather differently. They're a lot more direct, shall we say. I imagine you're wondering how all this came to be. The finer points of divine ascension are beyond mortal comprehension, I'm afraid.
I doubt it.
I can provide a rudimentary sequence of events. First, I retrieved the crown of Karsus and reforged it using a series of precise and highly complex Netherese incantations. Then, I used it. As you know, the orb within me was the half-formed Karsite Weaver. Magic left incomplete by Karsus' self-destruction. I finished it. Using the crown of Karsus, I turned it into a new form of magic, fused with my being, driven by my purpose. And then I put it to work. As expected, Mystra was unwilling to hand over the reins of the weave, so I've claimed dominion over another area which I've passing familiarity. Ambition.
The god of wasting valuable. Oh, jeez. I was gonna say, yeah, he really fast gave up on fighting back against Mystra. Like...
I don't recall saying that I'd given up. I confess, I expected Raphael to come knocking with that infernal contract we signed. But, strangely enough, he never showed his face. Intimidated.
I wonder why.
I can say this much.
Gale, are you seriously that unaware of what went on around you?
My aim is set a little higher than offering cursory blessings to just any half-decent spellcaster. I exist, not to bestow favors on my followers, but to inspire them to seize their destinies for themselves, exactly as I did. I'm their proof.
So you do nothing.
Not wastes, but the loamy soil in which their future achievements will flourish. Proof that with ambition, anything is possible.
He really didn't learn a single damn thing. Yeah, what of those with evil ambitions?
Ao would prefer to let the cosmic dust settle from my unexpected ascension before considering my right to grant my followers such power. I'm sure it'll come around in a millennium or so. And by then, my creed will be something to reckon with. There are already several shrines in my honor scattered across the outer reaches of Thay, and rumors of a very prominent temple under construction in Arn. This is only the beginning.
Boy. So, you became a god, you've done nothing to combat Mystra's hold over the world of magic, and all you do is inspire people to do their own stuff.
I believed in you for so much of our journey. It's a pity you won't do me the same courtesy. I suppose it was foolish to expect a mortal to understand.
And you've always been such a condescending little shit, like... Yeah, okay. Hi, Lizelle. You're so much more of a pleasant person to talk to. So that's saying something.
I trained the Knights of the Comet. For 2 more, I skewered Kithraki bellies. And for 2 more yet, I traveled through limbo.
It's a shame she can't actually be here.
It brings me even more pleasure than taking a Royal Inquisitor's head.
Fuck! Yeah, it seems like you're well underway to doing your stuff.
Filled blood, gained a foothold in the astral, but still we need allies. And one beyond reckoning has made itself known. Zerith Minyaragith.
I don't know what that is.
What, but a who? The immortal god king of the Githzerai. An exiled people, once kin with mine, until the madness of civil war ripped our one sky into 2. Our Gish sent word of the rebellion to Minyaragith through the cosmos. He's agreed to parley.
That would be a huge help.
To secure an alliance.
Yeah, she's a great choice.
My blade is keen as ever, but it was you who showed me that a proper victory doesn't always require a razor-sharp edge. Sometimes, a sincere plea is more persuasive than a dagger against the neck.
She's had so much growth!
He reached out in good faith. This is his way. It is in this spirit that I must meet him. And if he refuses, I carry on. Gravity pulls me in but one direction. I am the comet. I will not rest until I burn Vlaakith's bones to ash and smash her phylactery to pieces. My people will be free. But you've heard that refrain before. Zealous, bossy, insistent. All part and parcel of my undeniable charm.
It is a shame she couldn't be here.
I suppose it is, rather. I'm just glad to be here at all.
Yes, at least she's here.
I've taken a dozen Gish's talents, a few stolen psi crystals, and 2 10 days of effort to conjure my projection.
Oh, jeez.
Worth it, I'd say. I miss this place. This... Fey Run. More to the point, I missed you. But I'll be back to see you again when the comet has risen, as surely as Kalir will forever circle the sun.
See, that was a much more pleasant conversation. Little shit, Gale. Okay, we'll talk to Astarion later. Let's go ahead and talk to Karlach.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. He wasn't kidding. With us, you mad bastard! You brought me back! Soldier. It's really you. I've missed you, man. Like I've really missed you. And you're so clean.
I know, we're not covered in blood.
I'd say so. Can't think of who's been carrying your pack now that Kay's out of commission.
I'm tiny your age. I'm strong enough.
Wish Will and I had more time to reminisce, but surviving Avernus is just non-stop. Still, having him there has been incredible. You really can get through anything with someone you love at your side. Oh, but hey, guess what we found? Cambion dropped a map with directions and blueprints for Zariel's own private forge. A fucking
That's convenient,
forge.
but alright.
Our current plan is to get in, grab a smith, and force him to fix old Rusty. Or maybe give me a brand new model that can live outside of Avernus. You haven't seen the last of old Karlak yet, soldier.
That'd be great.
Trying not to count my owlbears before they've hatched. But the thought of coming back to Baldur's Gate keeps me going. Can I look you up when I'm out?
Duh. Hunt you
Hey,
down otherwise.
That would be kind of fun, though. High stakes hide and seek. Honestly, I'd be curious to see if you could land a blow or two.
How dare
God,
you?
it's good to see you again. To be here together. Hard not to get used to it all over again. This won't be the last time. I promise.
Oh, that was like the shortest one yet. Aww. Alright, Will.
Withers has laid out quite a spread of food, for one comprising mostly of...
There you are, my friend. Breathe deep. Can you smell it?
The scent of sulfur. I have a horrible nature. Oh, thank God.
You take in every scent the night breeze carries. Sweet honeysuckle, tender violets, and an earthy fragrance you can't quite recognize.
Forest trees draped in moss. Bittersweet, smoky, and that faintest hint of vanilla.
Vanilla?
A far cry from the rancid Avernus heat that's been clogging my lungs. I swear, Karlak and I have felled enough Cambions to build a fortress with their horns. Who'd have thought that just one of those fiends held the key to escaping Avernus for good? One of them sported a map and some blueprints. If you want all the gory details, Karlak can fill you in. But get this. If those blueprints work, I could reverse engineer my stone eye. Instead of Mazora tracking me, I could track her. It's past time for her old pet to sink in his fangs.
You know, you could have taken that eye out like ages ago.
I think the splinters I made out of the last bone devil I saw speak for themselves. Not to pat myself too hard on the back, but I'm not such a bad ranger if I do say so myself.
Ah, Ranger Will, huh?
I've seen him more than a few times, and he's as proud of me as I am of him.
Good, he better
He's
be.
leading the city's renewal, opened the gates to all newcomers, rebuilt the council from scratch. And he's back in his element, commanding the Flaming Fist with brave heart and no shortage of empathy. The likes of Gortash can bend people's minds with a few chosen words. No tadpole needed. Bane's Chosen primed the Fist for a war they weren't meant to win. He convinced them there was an assassin hiding in every shadow, that cruelty was the correct answer to crisis, with a few exceptions.
To be fair, there was an assassin in every corner. It was Orin.
If my forgiveness not be Tyr's will, so be it. I shall forgive them all the same. His words, not mine. He still believes in the bow and the blade, but with Floric's help, he's teaching the Fist a new lesson. Valor is found not in the wounds you inflict, but in the lives that you have bettered. May they all take it to heart. I've missed you too, The rush of battles we fought, the heart-to-hearts, the nights around the fire, the comfort of knowing I didn't face the unknown alone. If I had to do it all over again, and I'd rather not, to be clear, I can't imagine not having you at my side. Well, that's enough hell talk for the moment. The night's young. You shouldn't go wasting it.
It's not a
Always
waste. I've got a
eliminate
bunch
the
of people
wine
to talk to.
factor. I plan on downing half a bottle myself. Oh, did I say half a bottle? I meant half a dozen.
That's a lot. I saw that piece. I saw the update on Twitter with the armor sets. They're probably paid for armor sets, but they still look great. Okay. Let's see. We've still got this dude up here, who I think someone said was the composer. I don't think I have any speak with animals, unfortunately, because they didn't give me all my items. Clothing chest. Oh, just a whole bunch of... Aw, you can put on fancy outfits, or... You can get yourself all dressed up. They just put, like, every single...
To be a god among men.
Shut up, Gale. Ooh, fancy. Well, there's a look. I think that's what we already had. Oh no, that's what this is what it put us in, but this is what we had before. So many fancy clothes. I love that they just gave us a full chest of all of the clothes to choose from. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's Gale's fucking Tressum talking. I was like, who the fuck's voice is that? Oh my gosh, it scared me. Alright, I think we're just gonna put the fancy clothes back on, though. We look really good in them. Yeah, I don't think we can talk to either of the animals without... Oh. We can.
You came.
Baby!
Brother Scratch too.
Woohoo!
Happy.
But the baby. Oh, well, I guess we don't get to see the pets. We're too small. Welp.
Yes. Miss this. More.
You're so big.
Yes. Big. But Scratch is smart. Teaches me many things. Like Big Brother.
Big little brother.
Withers? No. You smell very delicious. Follow smell. Follow you.
Withers didn't even bring him here, he just followed our scent.
Lots. Make friends with a turtle, a cat, a kraken. Kraken eats my cat friend, so I bite, kill. With shiny clothes, I am strong. Tired now. Want sleep. Want cave.
Aww. Go with Halson.
Yeah, man. He is big, but not bigger than me. I like him. I go to him.
He'll be happy with Halcyon. And all the kids can ride him! Exactly. Close enough that he smells you. I imagine he probably settled down in the old Owlbear cave. This is supposed to be like Act 1's camp, so... That was so cute! Chasing the freaking fireflies. Oh, that was adorable. Okay, Scratch.
Familiar sight. Scratch can't quite speak.
Why do you have the astral prism in your mouth?
I found this. It smelled like you, so I kept it. Seemed like something you might like to throw.
I'd be happy to.
I've been so good. I've got a nice home in the city now. A girl named Mindy says I'm her best friend. She's mine too. Also you and Owlbear. I've got so many best friends, I hardly know who to play with.
So many best friends.
I certainly have, and I always will. Forever, I think. And so will you.
Yeah.
You know best. But a little fetch never hurt anyone. As far as I know.
You know what? You're totally right. Oh, what? Where is it? Hold on. Oh, is that it on the ground? Inert astral prism. I love that there's just a dagger here. Okay. Let's try this again. Here you go, buddy. Yeet! What, are you not gonna bring it back? You silly. Okay, let's see. We still need to talk to Astarion. We need to talk to this person.
Up is down, left is right, and Tressem's a cat's.
Let's talk to Tressum really fast.
So very stubborn.
She seems far more pleasant.
Well, there he is. Gale in all his glory. I hope you're happy, the god of ambition. Have you ever heard anything more ridiculous?
Not much. I agree, Tara.
Not in the least. And who led him straight to such ridiculous notions, hmm? Who left that crown in the river where any foolish wizard could swim down and pick it
Nah,
up?
I agree with that too.
You were looking out for him. I expected better of you.
Don't blame me for him being a little shit.
It would make everything so much easier.
Wouldn't it
I
just?
know there's nothing you could have done to stop him. Not really. Once he'd decided to learn nothing from his mistakes, what use were either of our protests? Perhaps you'd be willing to come meet Gale's mother sometime? She misses him so, and I know it would do her heart a world of good to discuss her son with someone who knew him as he was.
Sure. That'll be a real awkward conversation.
See that you do. We'd love to have you. Things have been rather quiet without himself cluttering up the place. Enjoy your party, dear. I've heard you quite deserve a celebration.
Thank my god, he doesn't even visit his Tressum or his mother. Yep, that tells us enough. Okay, we've still got to talk to Astarion running around. We've got to talk to this guy. And then we've got some... Let's read some of this stuff over here.
Seems simple enough.
Some Baldur's Mouth Gazettes. Okay, 6 months on Ramazith's Tower without its wizard. Thorm's army dispersed from Baldurian borders. Beloved no more, Minsk slain in service of the Absolute. I hate that that happened. Though I remember statues of late High Harper erected where beloved ranger once stood. Site of Foundry blast still sectioned off. Interesting. Umberlee priesthood tight-lipped over killings. Ravenguard returned to full strength. Gondians disband. Gon's time has come and gone. Serial killer unmasked as crazed ballist. Planar Pain, city caught in center of Githyanki war. Bolotham Gedarm's Guide to Baldur's Gate. Bard seeks contributors to newest edition. Last holdout cultist cleared from Temple of Baal. Iron Throne wreckage continues to block shipping lanes, complain merchants. Settlers bound for lands upriver amid claims curse is lifted. Business boom. Take your troubles to the House of Grief. That's a good... Yeah, definitely take your troubles to the House of Grief. Witnesses encounter vampire spawn and live to tell the tale. Oops. I wonder how that could have happened. 6 months since the assassination of Archduke Gortash. Elturian refugees refusing to integrate. Janeth House remains closed off to callers. Lady in Recluse. New Bardic School. Tiefling founder secures upper city funding. Monument planned for heroes of the High Hall. Oh.
Rank. I'd take rat over this any day.
Alright, hold
Good
on.
song, good company, and good wine.
Let's go about it this way. As we put them in our inventory, we can read them. Okay, this is... Official guild letter. To the hero of the realms, we have followed your adventure closely from the day you fell from that doomed nautiloid to the final blow you struck the nether brain as it loomed over the Sword Coast. We are but a humble guild who pride ourselves in telling stories not unlike the tales to be written of you for many years to come. How inspired we have been to witness your feats awesome and terrible, the lives you saved and sundered, the friendships you've found. Thus, we thought to extend a greeting, to thank you for adventuring with such creative determination, such panache, enough to touch the hearts of each of our number. With deepest gratitude, the Guild of Great Genius. Sorry, who was... Letter from Art. To old acquaintance, I write to you from the sunny porch of the Last Light Inn. A light breeze blows now and then. People are milling in and out, builders, visitors, and children of all ages in Halsin's care. You can no longer hold a quill or eat without assistance. A kind friend is transcribing this for me. Thaniel, rejoined with Oliver, has promised to be with me when the end comes, and as our old songs drift on the wind ever louder, I know I have mere days left. But I do not fear it. If not for your help, this land would still be shrouded in darkness, and I'd be lost within it. Know that my heart is full and happy, and I am grateful for my last moments. Do visit someday, and if you have time to stop by an old Flaming Fist's grave, I know I'd love to see you. Articola. Letter from Ravengard. Hero of Baldur's Gate, vanquisher of the Absolute. The city is forever in your debt, for without your valor, your audacity, your sacrifice, it would not know renewal. It is not temples and inns and homes that I speak of, but hearts. Baldur's Gate can never be the city it was before it suffered the Absolute's touch, and that is as it should be. The survivors have borne witness to their homes' near destruction. They have come to regret turning a blind eye to the cruelty Gortash disguised as safety and security, and they understand, just as I have come to understand, that trust, compassion, and unity are the foundation of Baldur's Gate. Our gates are open once more to the disowned and displaced. The Flaming Fist will learn to be true servants of the people. And I will devote myself to ridding the gate of the shameful fears that allowed evil to enter our homes and sit at our tables. Yours, Older Ravengard. From Alfira. Hello, friend. I'm sorry it's been so long. Turns out running a school of bards is a touch more tricky than I thought. Who knew bards were so dramatic? I bought a small rundown house in the lower city and spent weeks putting down floors and replacing the windows. Turns out I'm quite handy with a hammer and nail. When I was relatively sure the roof would hold, I decided it was time to open. Put up posters and took it on advertisement in the Baldur's Mouth. God, I was so nervous. I kept having nightmares that no one would show. But my goodness did they. Children from patriarchs to peddlers lined the street. The queue almost went to Rivington. Turns out being friends with the hero of Baldur's Gate has its upsides. I'm teaching night and day and fall into bed utterly exhausted every night, and I've never been happier. Thank you, my friend. Lots of love, Alfira. Aw, she's a teacher now. Letter from Mirage. My friend. No, my darling. Greetings from Menzoberranzan, where the blood you so kindly traded me is ready to play its part in resurrecting the glorious house, Oblodra. This is the chick that wanted- okay, this is the chick that wanted Astarian's blood that I didn't let her have. From the moment I saw you, I knew you had power. I knew that I could harness it. I knew that it could be mine. Soon I will descend into the abyss my people call the Claw Rift, searching for my lost house in its depths. Will it be dangerous? Oh yes, most dangerous. But don't fear, darling, your strength will see me through. I'll find the ruins of my house, and when I emerge again, it will be as the matron mother of a house reborn. All thanks to you, all thanks to the power in your blood. Until we meet again, my darling. Master of the Sanguine Arts. So that's the chick that was in Moonrise that we later also found in Baldur's Gate. Sebastian. After so long in a vampire's cell, I'd almost forgotten how to write. Okay. This is one of the people that Astarion brought to Cazador. Never mind what to write. What can you say to the person who unlocked your cage and gave you your life back? Or gave us some kind of life at least. After you killed Cazador and opened our cells, we fled into the Underdark. There were thousands of us, a ravenous wave, mad with freedom and out for blood. And gods did we find blood. We swarmed every monster and unfortunate in our path, drinking what we could. We lost hundreds along the way, some to beasts, but most just disappeared into the dark. It wasn't easy, but eventually Cazador's house spawned calmed us and took control. They found some old ruins we could call our home, and we've been there ever since, building new lives for ourselves. We're not free down here. The dark will chain us forever, but we aren't prisoners. We aren't the prisoners we once were either. That's thanks to you. We looked in our cages and saw people, not monsters. And here, down in the shadows, we're trying to live up to that. Thank you now and forever, Sebastian. Floric. Dear friend, I doubted you for so long. Perhaps you knew that already in spite of my best attempts, you proved yourself time and again. Joaquin's Rest, in Moonrise Towers, in Worm's Rock, and still I doubted. The Netherbrain's defeat should have proven your courage, but I was more doubtful than ever. This was a ruse, a dream, a trick. And then one eve, from the elf song, I heard it, singing. Raucous, lewd, tuneless, drunken refrain. I'd never heard anything more terrible and more beautiful. I raised my voice and joined the chorus. That was the moment all my doubts melted away and were replaced with something more valuable. Hope. Baldur's Gate will be whole again. Might have doubted you, but you never did. With profound admiration, Floric. I don't remember who Floric is. Who are you? Ah! Okay. That's the elf chick that we saved. That's Counselor Floric. We saved her from that burning building in Act 1, and then we rescued her again from the prison in Act 3. Okay. Letters from the Gur. To the Spawn Astarion, this is not a letter for me. Greetings from the family of Ulma, hunters of monsters and keepers of peace across Faerun. We know this letter finds you well, for although we hunt you no longer, we do sometimes keep a watch. Your restraint and control over your bloodlust has been admirable. Indeed, it has been an inspiration for our children who have struggled with their own hunger. These last months have been a difficult time for our people. We have protected and nurtured our children as best we can, and we have learned much. Herbs we once used to dull our foes' minds are now sedatives to ease hunger and pain. Restraints built to hold the undead now protect them from themselves. There has been a lot of pain, but a lot of progress, too. Our children learned discipline and control, while we learned compassion and patience. We locked them in restraints. There was a time when we would have destroyed any undead creature, our own blood or not, and called it a mercy. But then we met you. We saw that redemption was possible. Difficult, yes. Painful, but possible. You saved our children first from Cazador and then from us. For that, we thank you. We will still watch... we will watch you still, but with more admiration than fear. Walk in peace, Astarion. Elminster! Gale's turned into a little shit. Do you recall the day we first met, my boy? You could have been no more than 8 summers old, clutching your mother's apron, eyebrows singed off by the fireball you'd unleashed into your neighbor's rose bush. You were crying because the flowers were so beautiful and you did not mean to destroy them. How kind, how eager, how brilliant you were, and yet so naive. You cannot see that power so carelessly begets destruction, but so too might your good nature be the guiding light by which your abilities might shape our world for the better. Where is that child now, I wonder? Did he remain at Blackstaff, nose buried in his books? Does he live within his mother's aging heart, weeping for those roses? Or is he still within you still, lost amongst the trappings of godhood you so casually adorn yourself with? Wherever he is, I hope he can forgive me. To him I promise I will not make the same mistakes again. Elminster. I'm glad to see that pretty much everyone else in the game shares my opinion of Gale's choices. Elminster and Tara are both like, God, you're so fucked up. Barkus. I vaguely remember that name. Ah. The Deep Gnome from the Windmill. Okay. To whom it may concern, others gave me this address and said I can consider writing. Well, I considered it. Return address included. Best. Barkus route. Fair enough, Barkus. Fair enough. Damon. Hey there! Would you mind passing this on to Karlach? Thanks a mill. Karlach, if you're reading this, you're alive. One way or another, you found a way. Thank the gods. I think of you often, wondering what's become of you. Write to me, won't you? Please. Yours faithfully, Damon. I so shipped Damon and Karlach. I'm all for Karlach and Will now, but... it's still cute. Letter from Nocturne. This is Shadowheart's friend. Okay. Dear Shadowheart, hope that you're happy and well. I must keep this short as I remain surrounded by Shar's followers at almost every waking moment in my new enclave. I dearly wish for you to enjoy your night spent with old friends, and hope that you and I shall share such a reunion. I know it must seem strange for me to dwell on such heretical thoughts, yet I cannot help myself. Perhaps one day I shall find some measure of the bravery that you did, and walk away from this life. Until then, I shall keep safe, and hold memories of you as my one ember of light amid an ocean of darkness, until we find each other once again. Yours always, Nocturne. Yep, you'll hold those memories until Shar demands them from you. Letter from Valeria. Who are... Is this the this is the person that was, like, investigating. Okay. Ah, okay, it's the flying elephant thing. Okay, salutations! I'm writing to request your help in a mysterious case that has arisen since our little Balian bash a half-year ago. Regrettably, I've had to take the credit for dispelling the Ball cult, in your absence, you understand. And I'm working on rooting the remaining Ballists from our fair city. This has made me a target! A false document bringing my name into ill repute has been made public, an alleged unpaid bar tap at the Elf Song. If you happen to be passing through with a bindle of coin, perhaps you can persuade management of my obvious innocence. Much obliged. Investigator Valeria Sleuth of Helm. P.S. Any advice on getting ballast blood out of cloth? Has not been the same since the murder tribunal. Okay, letter from boss, the Githyanki dude. Githyanki's script, Tirsu adorns one side of the page, the other is written in the common tongue. Shalak. Orpheus may not be with us, but the comet shines ever bright. Breath by breath, battle by battle. Blacketh's death draws nearer. I have taken to the astral plane, slaughter all who must be slaughtered, and spread the air's truth to every possible ear. Willing and unwilling. Many Githyanki have already taken up arms as warriors of the comet. Others have remained in their enclaves or traveled to creches, dedicating themselves to our cause as scribes, spies, and slate scholars. Fuck, I should have saved and tried to get the role I originally got, so that Orpheus wasn't dead, so that we could see that. Oh well. I'll have to get it in a different run. But our allies do not call themselves children of Gith. Zareth, Maynard, I can't speak a different language. The Githzeres God King has requested an audience. There was a time I would have thought such a coalition unspeakable, but with the Githzeri at our side, not even the full force of the Kithraki could stop us. If Laketh is to fall, perhaps the two skies must once again be made one. Night of the Comet. A letter from Hope! I had a dream last night. Not that there are any nights here or any days. It was a dream about you, all of you. You were here with me, and I had served bread and jam and oat crackers and cheeses and enough tea to quench a desert. You nibbled and sipped and smiled and laughed, and you asked if I was happy. Nobody's asked that for so long that I don't know if anyone has ever asked at all. I didn't have the words to answer, so instead I led you through my house and showed you all the souls that are here with me. They were Raphael's once, but now they only belong to themselves. The archive is an art gallery, the boudoir is a grand kitchen, and the dungeon is a refuge for any wounded soul or creature that finds its way to us. Am I happy? I don't know, but I'm Hope, and I persist because of you. Yay. I adored Hope. Hope is great. Hey! Love what you did with the place, Withers. Alright, we'll be back to talk to you in a moment. I've still got to talk to Shadowheart and Astarion. Oh, and this dude. Where the fuck did... Where'd Shadowheart go? I thought she was down here somewhere. Oh, there she is.
Starting to wonder if you'd show up.
Of course.
Honestly, so have I. Oh, come here, will you? It's been forever.
Aww. I didn't have to ask for the hug. She just hug.
You feel a little more substantial than before. Less camping and scrounging off the land, I take it.
How dare you? I'll just take that as a compliment.
I suppose I do, don't I? I'm glad you seem well. Trudy.
What have you been up to?
Wandering, mostly. The adventuring life is almost a tonic when you're not constantly threatened by brain monsters and cultists. I can finally see the world beyond the cloister.
Where have you been?
One of my first stops was the House of the Moon in Waterdeep. It's the largest temple of Selûne in existence. It seemed like the perfect spot to reflect on my parents, on where they came from. And where I came from too, I suppose. Hard to imagine, isn't it? Me, of all people, in the lair of the Moon Witch herself. Gods, you're truest act of heroism was putting up with all that char and drivel I was spouting for so long.
They'd be proud.
I know they are. I can still sense them, I think. And one day we'll be reunited.
What's next?
I don't know. Which is just the way I like it just now. Perhaps I'll just stick a pin in a map and see what I find, or head to the docks in the morning and scrounge a berth to find somewhere new. I'd like to see the islands, maybe, or head south to Arm. I heard there's an enclave of werecats that hunt the followers of dark gods by moonlight. I'd love to see if there's any truth to that. But
all right.
about me, what have you been up to?
Adventures. Nope.
Think of all those poor, budding adventurers looking to make a name for themselves. Take some time off and give them a chance, why don't you? Hopefully these meetups will become a regular occurrence. It's not that I miss the tadpoles, but at least it brought us together. Now we've got to make the extra effort ourselves.
There's the D&D joke. Getting a group of friends to regularly agree to a time and place can prove challenging. We'll keep in touch.
I'm sure we will, but let's be proactive about it all the same. We're more than capable. After all, we've faced down bigger threats than wrangling together a few social calendars.
Totally.
Don't be a stranger.
Okay. Let's see if we can talk to this dude up here real quick. Hello.
Oh, hello. Let me guess, you've got some suggestions about the music choice.
No, it's great. Yeah, who are you?
You have no idea who I am, do you? I thought Withers might have set the stage a little.
No, it's not really his,
I owe him a favor, one he is eternally invoking. I thought honoring the worthy was a fair price to pay for Withers to pull me out of the fugue plane. Alas, one purgatory to another.
What were you doing there?
Languishing in obscurity. Cyric knew what he was doing when he punished me for that song, the prick. Before I was banished to the fugue plane, I had song prayers coming out the proverbial ears. Guess how many I get now? None.
Gosh darn it.
Washed up, I'm afraid.
Fuck. Sounds like Cyric. I love how my options are deception check. What an honor. I definitely know who the fuck you are. Nope. Yeah, well.
No, I can see it all over your face. You've not a clue who I am.
Do you want to just tell me? Okay.
Suppose I'll get back to it then.
That just feels like such a waste of interaction when you don't get anything. Oh. I've been failing so many checks just vibing here in camp. Why? Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, Astarion. Hello.
And how have our friends fared without us?
Most of them seem happy. Honestly, the only one that's... I mean, even he's happy. Gale's the only one that looks like a piece of garbage.
I'm glad. It would be so easy to go through everything we did and come out the other side bitter and twisted. But they deserve happiness. We all do. And I will forever be grateful to have found it with you.
Aww.
Tempting. But you make a better ambassador for us than I do. I'll keep skulking here. I do it well, after all.
Yep, all the skulking.
I do feel a little bad keeping you all to myself. After all, I get to see you every night. Go on, go mingle. Enjoy your time with the others. Bless them with your presence. I'll be here when you're ready. I'll always be here, my love.
Aww. Is that all that we get out of you, though?
Go on, talk.
Oh, fine. Okay, I think we talked to everybody. Am I forgetting anyone? I'm gonna feel awful if I actually forgot anybody. And I think that's all of them.
I remember one evening when we had to eat 14 apples.
Oh.
Some fish heads, and a stale loaf of bread.
There's another Baldur's Mouth here. Criminals consolidate. Guild uses rebuilding efforts to expand power. Absolute emergency over, declares Fist. Last Illithids rooted from sewers. Baldur's Mouth editor resigns. Links to Gortash regime unfounded. Chares raconteur Raphael reported dead. Black market, black magic, Devil's Fee goods still unaccounted for. Selûnite outpost decimated by unknown assailant, now protected by the Sword of Selûne, Dame Aelin. Head banker deposed at counting house. Okay, are there any more of those that I'm missing anywhere? I don't think so. Okay. To Withers! No clue what happened to Raphael. He's definitely not dead by my hand. That'd be absurd. Frollo's Guide to Baldur's Gate signed. Oh, for my adventuresome muse, our fates are bound, my wisdom vast, I dearly hope our kinship lasts. Deepest affections, Volo, poet, artist, savant, etc. Poorly drawn map of a city is captioned in flamboyant script. What follows is the most thorough and accurate account of the city and people of Baldur's Gate, the sordid gem of the Sword Coast. An editor's note in crimson ink follows. This volume is startlingly accurate, save for the nonsense about the Black Dragon Gate. It is not alive, no matter how many vagrant hags claim otherwise. Commission someone else to draw the map. That's funny. Divine odds. This dice? That's funny, but I can't take them. Neat list of Baldurians and the deaths that befell them. Beneath an annotation from Withers. Souls snuffed out in the battle for Baldur's Gate. Perhaps some might deign to return, should the city ever have need again. Savrin Ortholo, crushed by a falling roof as he held the door for others to flee. Nancy D. charged a mind flare that entered her granddaughter's room. Died with her second best scissors in its eye. Barely Quickflint. Brought a nautiloid down over the bay. Damn! And Nancy D would have had a better chance if it had been her best scissors and not her second best, just so we're clear. She clearly would have won.
This one night is like any other, and yet different.
Saving.
Thou art the savior of Baldur's Gate. Until such time it requires saving again. How dost thou feel?
Not bad. Yeah, I definitely feel like some things could have gone better.
If thou could only see the paths of fate untaken, thy mind would surely break. Be glad of thy chosen path. It is, after all, thine. Enjoy the revelry of the day. Thou deservest at least that much.
What comes next?
What indeed? Prick up thy ears and listen. The balance of the world restored. The balance of these lives, mortal and otherwise, brought to account. Hear me, thou heroes, wastrels, friends. I have waited long to tell you these words. It is over for now. Thou played thy part in weaving the fabric of fate itself, but for every thread you sewed, so did the gods unravel another. Sleep, rest, revel, but be ready, for thou mayst yet be needed.
We can only
Until
hope.
we meet again, I wish thee every possible fortune, health, wealth, love, and above all, problems worth solving.
To the hope of more adventures to come.
To you.
I'm out of water. Yep, definitely out. Oh. That's cute. I like that they added that little bit there at the end. I definitely hope we get more, like... Even if we don't get the same characters, I definitely hope they make another of this, line of game. Honestly, I would love if they just took all of, like, the D&D modules and just turned them into this format. That'd be great. But there we go, chat. We went back. We got the new epilogue. We're probably gonna take a quick break here now, chat. And then after said break, we will open up our Dark Urge playthrough. The murder hobo run that y'all requested. Because it's been a hot minute since we've touched that. Okay. So real quick, while the credits and stuff are going, chat, I'm gonna take a break, refill my water. Nah, that's fair, Avery. Thank you again for the raid and for hanging out during the epilogue. I hope you have a good one, and I hope to see you again sometime. And chat, y'all know the drill. Make sure that you guys get up, stretch, get food, get water. Whatever it is that you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. And we will be right back.
Blood like wine, I want it in. Oh, darling, get me drunk, invite me. It's not my fault, I'm not to blame. These ain't my sins, I broke my chains. There's more to do if I can only leave. I can't go yet, don't let me die. I'll never stop until I'm done. But just tonight, maybe I'll rest in peace. I feel your breath upon my neck, a soft caress as cold as death. I hear your heart beat in my soul, our endings bound, our bodies know. I can't go yet, don't let me die. I want to live, my only one. There's more to do if we can only leave. The clock won't stop, and this is what we get.
Okay, chat. We are back. Let's go ahead.
There thou art, the dead three.
This is still such a good
Thy
cutscene.
faces, gods, thy actions barely worthy of the name. Didst truly believe thy ploy would succeed? Didst believe I would not notice? Thou sought to bolster thy strength by taking away the souls of mortals. But souls vanish when their hosts become mind flayers. Didst think the other gods would not notice? Gods thou may be, yet thou hast proven thyself fools. Everyone.
So
The
good.
supplication of Bane, the whimper of Baal, the death mule of Merkel. Felled by mortals, I overestimated thee. They did not. Vermin, away. Thou wilt trouble us no more.
Vermin. So good. Oh.
I owe you a debt of gratitude. It is thanks to you that Gale, the wizard of Waterdeep, became Dekarios the Divine, god of ambition. Without you, he would not have survived the appetites of the tadpole. It would have feasted on that impressive mind of his, and all of his talent would have been snuffed out forever. But mere survival was not enough. Not for Gale, and not for you. Saving your world from the gods and monsters that threatened it wasn't enough. Gale wanted more, and you encouraged him to ignore every sensible instinct, to ignore the lesson of Karsus's folly, and to reach.
I encouraged no such bullshit.
You were the spark that rekindled Gale's hubris, and set him on a course that will make Celestia quake. I longed for the crown to satisfy my own ambitions.
He's dead.
And I was furious that it had escaped me again. But I have assessed the situation, pondered every variable, plotted every possible course. And I have come to realize that this is for the best. In time, long after you're gone, Gale Dekarios will cause such division and chaos in these realms that even the lords of the hells will be aghast to see it. Ambition. Such a delicious sin for mortal kind to indulge in. Such a dreadful weapon for an immortal to wield. The gods will be sundered, and from their ruin, I will rise.
You fucking won't, 'cause you're dead. What? Wait a second. I killed him. What? Chad, what happened? What? I super killed him. How? What? Also, I did not encourage Gale. I told him every step of the way that it was a stupid choice. Just so we're all clear. Gale and I just have no reason to like each other, so he didn't listen. There's a difference. Yeah. That was suspicious. Cool. I loved it, but suspicious. A little bummed that we didn't get to see Karlach and Will ride off into Avernus again this time. Because that was a cool scene. Okay. Sure, game. Sure. I don't know if that was supposed to play or not. I don't know if that just default plays if Gale becomes a god, or if the game forgot that I killed Raphael. Maybe he's not dead. That's always a possibility. Wasn't ready for that. Anyways, I guess we will be loading... Fuck, which of these is our... Dark Urge? I think this one is. Yeah, because we had just done the Kuatoa. Yeah, no, that caught me off guard, chat. Alright. Oh, this dryness is gonna be the end of me. Okay. Wait a sec. It didn't save our fight against the Spectator? Fuck. I know that I saved that. Oh, there we go. I just clicked on the wrong... Oh! Scared me. This looks like the save. I think I just clicked one below it. Oh. Well, that worried me. That's better. Much better. Let's see. Okay, that's right. We had made ourselves a warlock, is what we had done. I think that I just keep forgetting to bind my weapon. There we go. What did I make? Rogue Bard. I think I'm gonna undo this and do Rogue Ranger this time. So let's run to camp and do that. Where's Withers? Ah, there you are. Because we did partial bard on him last time. And I saw a really interesting match of Rogue with Gloomstalker Ranger that sounds interesting.
I shall be here in thy camp, as thou didst.
Let's go ahead and start with Rogue. That's fine. don't know how far into each I'm supposed to go, is the interesting. I think that's what I was doing before, was I was making him more of a magic-based one. I think Assassin's just more worth it for him, though. Let's go ahead and give him his feet. So I think this was the feat that I was trying to figure out, like, months ago that I had taken, where you don't provoke opportunity attacks after making a melee attack. I think that's what I couldn't remember when I was doing all of, like, my respecking. Okay. Okay. Not super worried about the uncanny dodge, so we'll go ahead and give this the level of Ranger. True Strike, Find Familiar. Find Familiar. Protection. True Strike. Sacred Flame. True Strike's probably going to be the best. Proficiency in Arcana. Proficiency in Investigation. Ensnaring Strike have disadvantage. Proficiency in Arcana. Arcana. That's both Arcana? Yeah. Proficiency in History and armor proficiency with heavy armor. Proficiency in Religion. I think the Ensnaring Strike giving disadvantage on saving throws is probably the better one. Cast Find Familiar without expending a spell slot. Proficiency in Sleight of Hand. We're already proficient in Sleight of Hand, so there's no point. Resistance to cold, resistance to fire, resistance to poison. I guess let's just go with Beast Tamer then. I guess the survival's probably fine. Helps shove and resist being shoved. Could get that to a +1. I guess it's fine where it's at. Okay, I think that's all the levels we have at the moment. Okay, the Bard shirt doesn't do us any good anymore. Neither does the Bard hat. Okay. That's fine for now. Okay. give you these for now. Wisdom saving throws. Light blast. No one really has a use for that. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead, leave camp for now. People back together. Oh, some of the drow are still petrified as well. I don't think I have any more of the correct potion to save them. I think I only had one vial, and I used it on the basilisk stuff. I used it on the one wizard to get him, yeah, Dorn, so I could kill him and take his shit. Nobody uses a staff here really either, unfortunately. Okay, let's see. What did we still need to look at? Defeat Spa. Kill near tower. We still need to do the tower. Okay.
What path lies before me?
So let's go ahead and head towards the tower now, then. Actually, I need to organize all of this again. So I've got so much now. Those do not go in there. Okay. These do, however, go in here. Antidote goes in here. Stuff. How about this bag? Bag of quest items.
A dull crystal, glowing only faintly.
Arcana check, huh? Perfect. I never realized the first run that I could use this. I, like, figured it out in, like, Act 3 and was like, oh.
You heard its like described before. A memory shard used to store brief mental impressions from the user's mind.
It's just another 10. Come on. Dang it. That was only a 9. There we go.
The crystal's glow swells, drawing you into its depths. You are transported somewhere deep, loud, and hot as the hells themselves. Within the Underdark's bowels, beyond an ancient stronghold, hovers a giant hammer, waiting to fall. An echoing clang, and you're back to yourself. left only with a firm sense of a place, a grand forge.
Hills. We know everything but how it smells.
Um. Get my chair to sit where I want it to. Okay, I think that's all the quest items. Aside from that particular one. Arrows. Okay. There we go. Can't forget I have a whole barrel in there. Another arrow. Whoops. In fact, I should make the barrels more clear so that I don't forget them. I don't know why these won't stack. Oh well. Okay, where bag o' arrows? Okay. Scrolls. Awesome. There we go. Much better. Clean this up a little bit.
Someone there?
Assume nothing. There's no time to waste.
There we go.
I've got a long road ahead.
Okay. Let's see if we can't get them all back across here. Starian. You didn't even try. Thank you.
My faith will guide me. This way.
Why... Why aren't they following? Blood.
Let's see what I can do.
Hello. I'm not done with you.
Eliminate spore. The circle must.
There we go. thought for a second they were about to jump off. I was about to panic. I was like, where are they going? Alright. And yeet!
Shouldn't have wished
Perfect.
more interesting times.
Hey, everybody made it correctly that time.
Need to find a way forward.
Okay. That's the way down.
Always room for more. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Okay.
Time to press ahead.
We were being sneaky because we never actually encountered the bullet over here.
Scorched ground. Better watch out.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Cool. Okay. Well. You are not still targeting me there. I swear right now. Oh, actually, could it have dashed? Yes, yes it can. Okay, cool, cool. So let's get it here. I think it only focuses on one. Only has to deal at least 10 can do damage. Okay, so I can possibly break this. As long as I can do more than 10 damage in a hit.
Never a dull moment.
I'd have to do melee damage on it for her to hit it. I could get Lae'zel to hit it. Ooh, he might still be in danger.
Watch your back.
Time for discretion.
Can't give up now.
Just wait.
My patience waits.
Oh, fuck. Target has to be prone for that. Not enough movement. We lose the hook horror, we lose the hook horror. Come on, 10. Damn. Target must be an enemy.
Let's get going. Have to keep going. With every breath, a purpose. Unheard, unseen. Cloak dagger, my favorite.
Get you in the divot.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
What is it? Step carefully. This way.
Okay, it's dead. Ooh, hello.
Indolence breeds madness.
Seven. It's not enough. Oh, I need lace out the fucking way.
Without delay.
At least things have stayed interesting.
D6. So each one does 2d6 worth of damage. Look, fireball.
I need a quick word.
Not getting lucky with these shots.
What to do? Can't slow down.
I think she's still gonna get hit by it.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
God, having to roll so high in order to damage it is so stressful. And he can't even attack it at all. Glazell's gonna get hit. Oh, fuck. Ow.
No time to rest.
Did really none of that do enough? I don't think I have anything that does lightning damage. That's exciting, Amaris. I think I might have an arrow.
Let's give someone a surprise.
Really? Doubled lightning damage and it didn't do anything? Oh boy. Fucking...
Looking ahead.
Welcome home, Mom.
Moving ahead.
Don't touch me.
Here for battle.
I wonder what the next move is.
What? Oh my gosh.
Still breathing, despite everything. These boots have seen everything.
Let's move.
Matters will be done.
I don't think Glazell can make it far enough without being seen.
Without delay. Worth examining.
Let's get on with it. On I go.
Ow, ow. She getting hit by both of them? Fucking rude.
Alright, what now?
Fuck. Big tower.
Moving in.
I think I could still get hit behind this, unfortunately.
Action, not reaction. One true way. Way to go still.
Um... If she's gonna get hit, that might have been a waste of spell. Oh, nope, she's gonna get hit. Okay. Yup. Can I just... Fuck off. Wow, I actually hit it. Finally. How many potions of invisibility so that she can just go?
Keep your distance, darling.
Eat.
Watch your back.
Assume nothing. Repositioning. Worth examining. What's next, I wonder? Have to keep pushing.
It did switch attacking who I thought it was going to, unfortunately, which is rude. Well, that's gonna hurt. Almost better off just letting her go down and reviving her later. Actually, does Lizelle have any movement left? Yes. Cool. Yeet.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Where are my lovely explosives? Fire arrow also will work. What?
At the ready.
How did it not? Well, that's rude. I was really hoping that that would do enough damage. It did not. Chat, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. All I have is orange juice. I left my water downstairs. I'm gonna go find my water real quick. weird, chat? Oh, hey, look, an ad break happened. Where is the plugin for my headset? Oh, wait. No, it didn't. Hold on. For a second, I thought it broke. It looked weird. I don't know how that thing didn't take any of that damage. That is absolutely... Oh, and now we're not invisible anymore because I'm not smart sometimes. Oh, jeez. I pay attention, chat.
All right.
Are you being targeted by now? I don't like that.
Tread lightly.
Okay, Astarion should be safe. Pretty much everyone except Lae'zel now is safe. I can't believe I can't make him punch.
Careful, I might.
At least it's distracted by the spiritual weapon.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
It's because it's got slashing resistance, that's why that's not doing enough damage. The piercing would get halved, but the lightning would get doubled. 2d4 lightning. Highest I could get would be 8, which would be doubled to 16. So it would technically work, but the piercing would be lost. Finally, we took some damage.
What am I to do?
Shoulders hurting weirdly for some reason, too. Ugh.
Prepare to die.
we're just gonna have to leave her chilling invisible. Really? Fine. Oh, but the one up here is turned off. It's like not on anymore. Huh.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood. Quickly then.
Oh, now it's back on. I see. They, like, start to recharge or something. Ah.
At least things have stayed interesting. How much farther can I go?
Okay. Well, at least we got up here.
With pleasure.
Actually, I need to re-enter turn-based. Because I'm still gonna need my one character's invisibility in here.
No, never mind.
Okay. Don't know what I did to my shoulder that it's hurting all of a sudden.
Action, not reaction.
Keep a blade close. Watch the shadows.
Oh, the good old save.
Can't afford
That's
to stay.
reassuring.
Onward, ever onward.
Still breathing, despite everything. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Assume nothing. Objective noted.
Okay.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Very well.
Trust no one.
Okay.
Let's be quick.
Eager for battle. My faith protects me.
I don't think that's gonna be out of view.
Indolence breeds madness.
Environmental turns take such a long time.
No time to rest.
Okay.
Faggots will be done.
Just gonna leave them up here.
I've got a long road ahead.
Keep a blade close.
Eat. I don't think any of the stuff to turn it off is accessible on this level. I think all of that's a basement thing. I don't remember if the elevator actually works at this point, or...
Subtle steps.
Who the fuck is... Oh, this little shit. Hi.
Still alive, so that's progress. Time to press ahead.
I was like, what is happening? Who's being attacked all of a sudden?
Looks like some kind of magical contraption. Now, to get it to work.
It's always a question. Remember correctly, the jump down does too much damage. 13. Do I have a Featherfall potion? Yes. Yeet. Big yeet.
That might be worth a look.
I'm way too big.
That's okay. Clear out what we can down here. More sister blooms.
What's in here?
Cool. Now I gotta get someone else down here. I can can eventually get them all down the elevator. I just have to do all of the internal stuff here first.
No way to ignite these. Strange.
I am not the lockpicker. So close.
Keep your distance, darling.
Starion. Time to make you Featherfall. Should have sent him down in the first place. It's fine. Zoom. Okay, lockpick. I'm getting absolutely abused by these rolls. There we go. Definitely getting bullied, that was for sure. Okay. Stuff. Stuff. Stuff.
What have we here?
Read this. Withered petals. Power generator. I think the idea is that I'm supposed to put
What are we here?
the flowers in. Power source. Yep. Don't remember as if I only need one or if I need multiple. There we go.
Let's hope for gold.
Now we've got everything turned on. This goes up to the elevator. A bunch of extra stuff hiding in the back of the back. Okay, I actually need him to go back down though and make the check that everybody else made. Are they safe now? I think they're safe now.
What lies within?
Yes, cool. Should be making Shadowheart loot though. Lae'zella's super full of stuff.
What might you be hiding? No time to waste.
Ah yes, the Chest of the Mundane. The biggest sad that they ever changed.
Magic. But where
Where indeed?
Right, a moment ago.
Good thing you noticed. Featherfall boots. We love Featherfall boots. That's actually really nice. Chat, I'm actually going to take a real quick break. I know we just kind of took a little bit of one as I ran and grabbed my water, but I want to take an actual break real fast. So, y'all know the drill. Get yourself food, water, whatever it is you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. I will leave you with your word game, and we will be right back. Good job, chat. Alright, I'm back. Alright. And as a reminder, chat, I know that the weekly goal above us doesn't show as much, but in just 3 more subs, you get to spin the wheel. Because I'm counting Sky's resub that it refused to count. So, whoa. My window's open so I can hear people outside, but that's okay, because the cold air was necessary. Okay, let's see. So, this building is safe for us to be at again. I'm not taking this chest with me this time because they made it weigh 1 billion pounds, which was rude. It was so sad that they did that.
Better take a look.
But I do get why.
I can think of better places to enjoy literature than in
Everyone
the depths of
was
the
definitely
underworld.
cheesing the chest's existence.
There's work to do. What's next?
Action, not reaction.
Okay, get everybody into the elevator. Oh, it just like yoinked the whole party. I
Never a dull moment.
Supply pack. Hat.
Never wanted the easy part.
Tongue of Madness.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
What quest did that just press? Oh, the Tongue of Madness was needed for that. That's... Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Okay.
Here we go.
This door. Ah, Tanask spores.
Let's have a look.
Very little outside any of these to grab. Alright, hold on. Scraping the grill clean's a little bit less easy to listen to. Okay, back in. Descend again. Get everybody down. Down a level here. Is there anything that I still needed to loot? Books. Books. orb. Search the bottles. Don't remember how to open this wall. It's like there's clearly something here. My character didn't make any rolls or anything to go down there. Okay, let's see if we can see the dig spot out here with anybody now.
That's curious.
There we go. Quick look, I think that the basement is something I can open later. So let's head back up for now. Make them vibe while I look around. That way we don't have an entire mob of people following us here. Pile of books.
Is formed from slate and engraved with Githyanki writing. You examine them closely, but can't make much sense of them. Without a cipher or primer to aid you, the disc's message could be near impossible to discern.
Or, you know, Lizelle. Well.
No matter how hard you try, you should take the disc to Lizelle. She might know more. The disc doesn't respond.
Yeah, what didn't figure.
Are these Githyanki markings? Lizelle might know.
She just might. Okay. Words to darkness. I wonder if I'll get lucky and correctly remember how to do the next part in here. I guessed lucky the first time, too.
vast world out there. Strange place for a button, especially one that doesn't work.
Does it not work, or... Mage's friend. Okay, it's better than what we've got on.
Strange place for a button, especially one that doesn't work. Can hardly feel the spinning. I spy with my little eye. Nothing of note, really.
That button really not... I... Gotta use... That doesn't work. Dogs are being ridiculous. Oh, there is like a whole guide for the not working button. Oh my gosh, those stupid turrets are vulnerable to darkness and fog spells. Of course they are. In a grave in the Underdark west of the beach south of the Scissor Tree, there's an item that makes the button do a thing. I don't think I already have said item. I hope I didn't sell it, not realizing. I don't know if it's worth it to go get the item. West and south. So it's down here, which we've been there. Okay, we'll come back to that.
New sounds to the like oppression break. Is it the foe? That foul, contemptuous heel?
You know these words. They are from the opening stanza of a play you found in this very tower.
Ah. Part of me's tempted just to fight them and see if they drop anything. Everybody's awfully hurt, though. Hold on. Let's go through this and then we can attack them later.
Command as you see fit, my lord. Funny.
Beneath the secret show. Reveal what you wish to see.
Ooh. Cool. Okay, we've got that ring now. Which I'll just put on for the time being.
Linked to that button.
Okay, split just a little bit. Let's heal. Literally just opened the right bag. Thank you. Don't have spell slots hardly for this.
On I go.
Now there's a basement button. That's okay. Cool, that is how that works. Grab the different broken machinery bits. Sell those. Oops, barrel. Okay, resistances to so much stuff. Multi-attack while under static discharge. Chance to stun. Interesting.
Let's get going. Something's on my mind.
Let's talk again.
Command as you see fit, my lord. Funny. An unbeknownst command that I cannot fulfill. I'll hold on to them. It's all that I can do. I can't throw them away. I've never been that brave.
Potion of healing.
Command as you see fit, my lord. Funny. I'm in its way. It tramples everything. We'll kill the rest, so that the one can fly.
Okay. Well, I guess we are fighting. That's fine.
Ready or not?
Rude. I probably did this last time too, honestly. Poison and psychic resist. poisonous. Okay, it doesn't really matter which of these we do.
Victory awaits. You bow or you break.
Smack. Oh, I should try to do a disarming on it.
Still on my feet. On my way.
Damn. Can't get close enough, that's fine. Yoink. Rude. Ow.
Got to move. I am fury. I am death.
Smack. Smack. Ow. Yeah, the whole chance to stun the wielder thing is interesting, but...
Need to stay focused.
Yoink.
Victory awaits.
There. Now your turn can... Should have at least moved Lae'zel towards... Oh well. Smack.
Let's move.
Heal again.
Heading.
Her towards literally anything. There we go.
Will ascend. Let my name be known.
I wonder if this is worth the cost. Light on my feet.
Really? Smack. Woohoo. And missed. 2 misses. Super helpful. I get Lazo. Not quite. I just stepped out of range. Oh well. Finally. Actually, hold on. Let me cancel and there we go. Oh, jeez. I'd be careful forgetting how that works. There we go.
Well, so much for peace.
There we go.
Don't waste a step.
Oh, encumbered. Okay. Let's move some of this onto, like, Shadowheart. Sure, this thing probably weighs a ton. Yeah, 2.7 all by itself. The lightning damage is great, but the chance to stun the wielder if it's not a construct is just like, it's gonna stun anybody that uses it at that point. Because none of us are constructs. Basement. Spores. Scrolls.
I'll take that.
Or basilisk oil. We could free another one of the petrified dudes. Not all that's down here. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, wait, what do we got here? Here we go. Where it can't be electrocuted. Resistance to lightning damage. Ah, I see. I'm gonna super want that on one of my other characters. Read. Staff of Arcane Blessing. Tongue of Madness. Okay, now I can... Oh, nope, apparently we didn't look at these two things. Okay, now I think we got it all.
Let's see.
So... I'm gonna take these off. The rings, or the silly rings, are just for fun. But now, can't be electrocuted, and electrify water when you step in it. Strengthen your next lightning spell or cantrip, which we don't have. Grants an additional saving throw and weapon attack. Grants an additional 1d4 to saving throws and weapon attacks. An additional 2d4 to spell attacks. It's pretty nice, but... if there was something that, like, stopped you from being stunned, this could be fun to use, but... at the very least, Astarion now can't be electrocuted and can also electrocute water. So, be an interesting way to set some stuff up. Okay, let's go ahead and long rest. Okay. Alright, what does Astarion want?
Here's my little treat with their cheeks all flushed. You will come to my bed tonight, won't you?
Chat doesn't get to see that.
Oh, I certainly can. It would be my pleasure. How about this one? When I'm with you, I feel practically alive. Yet I crave only to die again. With you. Let me give it another go. Every part of your perfect body whispers temptation.
I love these lines.
It's as if the gods made you just to ruin me. Well, they worked on you last time, didn't they? How about if I said these little words? Everyone's favorite. I love you. I am. It's hard not to.
He's having so much fun.
Now, as much as I relish standing around and saying all my favorite lines at you, I'd much rather we got to experience each other's full portfolio of talents once again. I'll be waiting.
There you go, chat. Astarion romance with Dark Urge. Okay. I don't think anybody else wants to talk, mostly because there's barely anybody left. Oops. Okay. Let's do this. There we go. And I refuse to get in trouble with Twitch.
I hoped you would come. I have missed you. And now you're all mine. And I'm all yours. Until morning, at least. Let's see where the night takes us.
Oh, it didn't actually show anything that time. that works. I was ready, chat. Oh, Scratch wants to talk. Do I have a speak with animals? Somewhere amongst... Yes.
I want to have a word.
Hello, Scratch.
The dog holds a well-chewed ball in his mouth.
We might be the Dark Urge chat, but we still play fetch with Scratch.
But if you feel like throwing it, I wouldn't mind that at all. Master, friend, I stayed with him until I knew he was gone. I'll never forget him, but I'm glad to have met you.
Baby. Where's the ball? Ah! Yeet! Woohoo! Good doggo. Okay, let's leave camp. Okay. Let's teleport here and see if I missed the item. I don't think I can respore servant any of these guys, unfortunately. Oh, I can get this one. That'll work. Yoink.
No one stopped me yet. Light on my feet. Might be useful.
Just pork loin just chilling here? Alright. Oh, there's the grave. How did I not notice this before? I guess we didn't come over here? Weird.
The rock under your feet juts upwards, forming a perfectly engraved tombstone with a small epitaph. In memory of Myrna, a shining light in this dark world, may you forever gaze upon the lake you loved to play in.
Time to grave rob.
As you dig, you slowly expose the skeletal remains of a large dog wearing a chunky leather collar.
And we joined the collar. Yeah, I guess I had never come here. Did not realize that. There's no teleport point that gets us directly to the tower, so we'll have to go to the beach. In order to get there. That's not the correct direction. This is. Okay. Zoom. Eat. Everyone but Astarion. Come on, you dramatic.
If not over.
Okay, now we can work our way back up here. Just watching that re-perish. Oh, we can properly... loot in here now. So that's helpful. Okay, Astarion. Unlock the chest. There's probably a key around here, and I should have looked for it first, but it's fine. Big hammer.
Can't give up now.
Letter.
Should mind my step.
Okay, I know there's a dig spot here. Yep. Yoink. I wonder if you can jump to these. It says it's too far. Oh, but you can land on them, so I guess that's a different path to get you down, is to take the mushrooms around. Nifty. Alright, back to the elevator. We need to go up. Ah, here we go. Okay, so now we take the dog collar, put it on.
Clever. Food is dispensed for anyone wearing this collar.
It's a food button. That's so funny.
Only one serving for me, I guess.
Can I make everybody else do that and just get, like, a whole bunch of... That's funny.
No more.
Oh.
One for gluttony.
Rude. Okay. There we go. Well, we got a random chunk of meat out of that. Hey, Nightshade. Hope you're doing well. Okay. We need to now go... very carefully to deal with the myconid stuff. I don't know if he's gonna, like, attack as soon as we go here. Hopefully not. I don't think he did last time, so I think we're fine.
Best be on my way.
Hi, Tetra. Okay. We brought the stuff for you.
How has your search for the mushrooms fared?
Here you go.
These are fine specimens. It will only take me a moment to brew them to proper potency.
Ormelion turns away to prepare the potion, lost in its own musings.
You must drink the entire draught. I can make no promises as to its taste.
This is gonna go well.
The potion is disgusting beyond description. The only mercy is that it goes down quickly.
Not a drop left. Very good. As the potion influences your mind, you may find yourself acting irrationally. Try and stay focused.
The world loses its edges, its finer boundaries. You are fluid, but trapped like a creature suspended in amber.
I need to real fast move some stuff around here. I need this to go on you. I need to separate you and move you away. That way the magic field isn't there affecting any potential roll bonuses. Forbidden knowledge and wisdom. I guess just resist. Yeah, here we go. 1d4 to saving throws. Pretty much the exact same. Okay, resistance it is then. Clean.
Dark holes bite at the edges of your vision, but the void cannot draw you in. The tadpole spasms, seizes. It's fighting the potion even harder than you are. Fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deeper, as if it means to hollow out your skull.
What are our options? Same things pretty much. The only thing the difference is this last one. Let's just resist the panic. Oof. Not as good. Oops. I don't know what happens if you fail this. Let's try to roll again. Come on, a little bit better. It's our last inspiration. Much better. But I think we've still got a harder one coming. I think there's one more.
You are stalwart, turning that tide of fear against itself. The parasite swells with power. More power than you have ever felt before. It surges and twists, lashing out against that which would dare to intrude. The parasite in your mind quiets. Itself.
Oh, Melon, are you well?
That lava is like nothing I have ever observed before. Its power is unsettling.
Felt it grow.
Such an outcome was not in my calculations. There is more to this being than mere stasis.
Cool, what's next?
Such crude destruction may not waylay a lava like this. But there is...
Cutting off my head would not solve the problem? What?
I possess a ring of mind shielding. It prevents elder brains from noticing my presence. It will not remove the lava, but it will limit its influence, both positive and negative. I would offer it as a gift, but in truth, the ring is priceless. Is there anything you could offer me in turn? Because removal seemed preferable to negation. And
True.
I must admit, I was curious to study the tadpole myself.
Totally fair.
A fascinating topic indeed. What can you tell me?
Intelligence. Oof. Gosh, frickin' heckin'.
I am afraid you have not offered any information I do not already possess.
Well.
My research is in perpetual need of funding. Yes, I am willing to accept your...
Okay, what do we have here? Quarterstaff. Wielder deals acid, fire, lightning, radiant, and necrotic. Becomes resistant to that. While wearer is obscured in shadow, their spells gain a +1 bonus to spell save DC. You have advantage on saving throws against being charmed. Restore an additional 2 hit points every time you heal another creature. Take that for Shadow Heart. When the wearer inflicts a condition upon a hostile creature, they also inflict 2 turns of reverberation. Pearlescent Restoration. Replenish expended spell slots of your choice. Ah. I should take that. I don't actually want the ring that badly. But being able to sell is super helpful. I forgot about the fireball wand. Okay. It's that one. It's got 346 left. Need to pay attention to that to make sure I don't go over.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
Okay. There we go.
If you wish to acquire the...
How is your more personal research progressing?
Not well. The nutrition my species receives from other minds.
Okay, do I have... What was the item that, like, helped with, like, the dude's memory? Noble stock. That's what it was. Wonder if did I already give it to her, maybe? Yeah, I think I accidentally destroyed it in the fire. Whoops. That sucks. That would have been fun to see. There's an item that you can use in this game to restore one of the Dark Urge's memories, and I thought that would have been really cool to do. Instead, we're gonna go beat up a mushroom man now.
Enough waiting. I crave blood. Quickly then.
you up here. Let's put you up here.
I am ready. Onward in her name.
All right, what now?
Okay. This is fine.
Peacebringer, be at home.
Fight time! Ooh. It changed color. Alright. Nice damage. Throw him off balance. He doesn't have a weapon to make him drop, so I'm not worried about that. We just absolutely wreck him while the others all stop attacking. God, more and more are joining, though. Yes, it will.
Of kings I am. Let this place be sacred. Circle glut takes root. My spawn will rise and sing of your might. You will be called Kingbringer. Take my gift of song. Cry it low aloud, but cry it proud, Kingbringer. So it is certain, and so you are known.
Spore's old song falters in the Myconids' minds, swallowed by a new rhythm. The song of Glut.
You have served well, Kingbringer. But our work is not done. Spore was a coward. But in one thing it was correct. The Drow near must die.
I should have done the Dwergar camp first.
A coronation gift.
I never thought I'd become a fungal errand girl, yet here I am.
Here we all are.
You have my favor, Kingbringer. But yes, there will be riches as well.
We love riches.
Go. Cross the lake and kill the Drow.
Okay, what do we got here? When the wearer deals cold damage, inflict 2 turns of encrusted with frost on the target. I don't think we have any use for that. I can't loot Spa, really? Why not? Rude.
Not reaction.
Let me take him. Well, everybody's just vibing up here. Hello. Well, that's rude.
Well, it ends not as bad as it could have. I have something to ask.
I'm coming along, just not fast enough. I'm almost sorry to hear it. I hope to have the pleasure myself.
I fully healed you, so you should just be able
There's
to, but
plenty
you
more
know.
guarding my people, but I'd say you've made a fine start. Don't know. Longer than I'd like, but a slow recovery, still a recovery.
Okay. Okay, so we need to go deal with the Dwergar and Nier now. So, beach.
Breathe deep and move.
Let's head on over via the boat, shall we?
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky waters.
Sail into the darkness. This is fine. Blazing! Hello! Thank you for the resub. Look at that. 26 months. Tiny Rage hype. Yeah, unfortunately we finished up with Tiny Rage and we're on our other character now. I'll have to find a better way to do that goal. The resub still didn't work for that. I was worried about that. I wish I could just make it count subs in general and not the new one. Not just new ones.
Why you in Gexraft?
Well, I mean, now we're 2 subs away, even though the goal doesn't show it, chat. 2 subs from a wheel spin.
I aren't expecting more of you. Where's Gek? Who are you?
Push him in the water. Intimidation! Let me pass.
All right. No reason to get your tongue in a twist. Well, come on. Let's get you to shore. You'll need to report to the sergeant. The rest of you, keep patrolling. I'm heading back with the drow.
You continue forward in silence until the lights of a camp twinkle through the murk.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna make it count correctly, because I can only have the 2 goals using my other site. So I was hoping I could use Twitch to show the daily and weekly stuff, but not if it's only gonna work like that, unfortunately. I'll see if I can figure out how to make it work the way we want over the weekend, chat.
Well, I'll be plowed sideways. We've got a welcoming party.
You shithead! Time you showed up, we got trouble.
Spit it out! Sergeant finally choked on True Soul Near's prick.
Drugno! The twat soul caused a rockfall, trapped tighter than a ring on a fat finger.
You're shitting me. You pay up?
That's the trouble. He's got the gold on him. Sergeant's arm is falling off with all the gnome slaves she's been beating. Who's the hoon? Friend of Near's? Or you plow and drow now?
Alright, who's ready to just fight everybody?
That's so.
You feel the slightest of stirrings in your head. The Dwergar is not infected, yet your minds resonate.
I don't remember if it explains why.
I'll be. You ain't shitting. Felt the tingle. Your twat soul chum owes us a load of coin. You want through? Make a donation.
Haha, no.
Unclog your hole. Just shitting around. But I'm warning you. That twat soul ain't settled up soon. There'll be hell to pay for the lot of you cult buggers.
I really don't think you want to try to fight all of them. Oh. Doing pretty good today, Blazing. We're making some good progress on our murder hobo run. Okay, let's see. We got a map here. Anything else that we gotta, what's on the note? Can I get the angle on? Give me the angle. Give me the angle on the note. How you doing though, Blazing? There we go. Okay, nothing important on that. Do you have anything else to say? Bite you. Okay, we got the teleport point here.
Dead drow, publicly displayed. The Dwergar are sending a message.
Red-eyed bastard. Hey, wait a second. Absolute must have took you in.
Hesitated.
I'll gut you, spider spawn.
Oh cool, I just get to start a fight right here. Dwergar versus Drow sure makes things go a lot quicker.
Let's play.
Yeah, screw your hunter's mark.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Can't get close enough. Okay. And the spiders are all gonna go first, too. Okay, thankfully they all had to dash. That's good. I can't really get her where I want her very well.
Heading there.
Oh, fine. Smack. Not enough movement. Heck that. Oh, you shouldn't have tried to walk away, dude. Really? Fine. Snares, I've got disadvantage. Of course I do. That's fine. Smack. Cool. One fewer. Actually, can I use this to get up to him? Yes, I can. Yeet! Oh, he's so lucky that missed. I hate when the game does that. I clicked him. I did not click the air next to him. Why would I want to do that? Oof. Drives me nuts every time that happens.
Time to push my luck again.
Yeet. Healing potions are here. Spoiler. Smack. Cool. Beat the heck out of him, no consequences. I'll have to loot him later, though, so it's not stealing.
I'll deal that one later. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Let's you're here to kick some stiffs lakeside, I suggest you bug. Ugh, hate being taken all literal like by fancy types like you. We've work to do. Stuff your Pegasus where the rainbow don't shine.
Perception check. Garbage. Better. What do we got? I remember them having something on them.
A shiny trinket on one of the corpses.
Deception! Or super not. Much better. Watched the Game Awards this morning, gotta say, impressed this year. I don't know if there was anything that I was, like, ridiculously excited for. There were a couple announcements that seemed pretty cool.
Thank the Absolute. They're all yours. Absolute.
It's sad because the first quarter of next year is packed full of games around the same time. You gotta love when they do that. It always makes things so much more difficult.
Under the yoke of slavers.
Oh, jeez. Probably just gonna kill everybody anyways, but I'm still gonna take their stuff. Invisibility ring we love. Huh. Starry and open this door. There we go. Time to open, take everything! But I'm about to electrify some water, so... Or not? Is that only in combat, or is it... Huh.
Oh, the scraps of a nightfall feast.
Okay.
To break bread in Shah's name, then spill blood in her name. Sacred rite.
I'm pretty sure I put all of the shock stuff on the star, you know? Stands in... Oh, during combat specifically. Okay. There we go. There's the answer. Since we're not in combat, there is no electricity. That's totally fine.
Let's have it.
Taking all of the silver stuff, because that should be worth something at least. Okay.
What's that?
You didn't actually... Oh, okay. There we go. We got it from this side. I think it saw the thing on the other side of the... Yeah, it saw the button on the wrong side of the wall, chat. That's super helpful of it. Yeah, if a lot of them are indie games and they tend to be shorter, that's at least something to give you there to make it a little bit more easy to deal with how many there's gonna be. Alright, chat. Quick break time here. Ugh, I know we're taking a lot of those this time around, but I'm hydrating really well this time as well, so... That's what happens. Y'all know the drill. Get up, stretch, get food, get water, whatever it is that you need to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. And we will be... What? Nope. Noises, hydration, and posture check. We'll be right back! Good job, chat. We bank. Okay. So I guess for the weekly goal chat, I could always just make a manual label for it and just fill it up manually, basically, to track correctly. But yeah, since it is Friday though, chat, that will reset at the start of next week. So if you want to get a wheel spin in, we're only 2 subs away. It doesn't show that, but we are. So. Okay. But yeah, I think I might next week make some, over the weekend or something, make something that I can like manually input the numbers into. We'll see. We'll see what we can make work. Okay, let's go through here. I want to yoink the special explosive barrel. Let's see. Secrets. Very nice. We love ambushes. As long as nobody steps in the acid, we'll be perfectly happy.
Something good here, I hope.
Yoink this chest real quick. Okay, that's a chasm. Let's head back up here.
Always room for more.
Trap disarm.
Tools and a thick rope. Someone climbed up from down below.
Okay. Let's grab these arrows. I also grabbed a dinner chat. Oh my god, do they have to get so close to stepping in the acid? It's so stressful. Hey, they all managed to make a jump. Good for them.
Let feast the eyes of the faithful. Know your goddess. Know her command.
What's next, I wonder?
Let feast the eyes of the faithful. Know your goddess. Know her command.
Alright, I guess she just doesn't care.
Let's not get caught off guard. Light on my feet.
Let's go up this way.
I'll take that.
Just empty bottles, nothing crazy. Oh, she's like super not paying attention to this direction.
Nice and easy.
Separate. Invisible. And yoink.
Hold it! I swear to Iron Hand. One more step and a blow us to chunks.
Will you?
Wait. What in the hell's? Bugger it all. You moved them. Go on. Drag me to Moonrise. I'll make you cunt nutters suffer.
Alright, chat. Murder hobo question time. Do we not give a shit about them? We just wanted the smoke powder? Or are we gonna murder them? What do y'all think, chat? More door? We could always use more doors. Alright, chat's feeling the Mordor.
Staying out of sight. I shouldn't linger. Secrecy above all.
Finish placing everybody. Alright, Mordor.
I knew I couldn't trust you. Do it then. Make it hurt.
You do not have enough health to be that sassy. And we get the vial. They're separate items. That's amazing. They did not have the health to be that sassy. Like, ask who I am first or something. Like, jeez. How dare they just assume that the murder hobo's a murder hobo? I can't believe they would do that.
There better be a soft bedrock in my near future.
You wish.
Can't slow down.
Fusion, shocking grasp, cloud of daggers.
Ready. Unseen. This way.
Well, hello.
Still in shadow.
So,
Whatever it takes.
tablets. Well, that said something about Ketherick. The word of Ketherick Thorm is the word of Shar. Shall put no god nor mortal before him. Huh. Interesting. Aw, no interaction with the mirror, really? I was really hoping there'd be something. About the... There's a book! I want the journal! Thank you. Hell Knights. Okay. Found a date for when Polya comes to the Switch. Wasn't it just announced on... or something? I know there was Polya stuff last night during the Game Awards. It was announced last night. There you go. That's why you couldn't find anything. There wasn't anything to find before last night. What's this? Map of Grimforge. Didn't watch it, though. No, but after that announcement, that information is going to be all over the rest of the internet. Don't gotta watch it to get the info. That stuff will spread. Okay. Anything else in here? I don't think so. Oh, a little bit, actually. Hold up. Rags. Aha. There we go.
Let's see what we have here.
How delicious.
Open sesame. Cool.
On my way.
Okay. Smoke powder reserve. Deep gnomes near forge. Okay, so now we need to get back down. Preferably without starting a... I guess we could fight the slime things. I guess nothing actually hurts that. Or really is nobody gonna make the jump?
Let's get going.
You guys are awful sometimes.
Have to keep going.
Don't run away. Jeez, Lae'zel.
I've got a long road ahead. Let's be on my way.
Gross. So what are these? Ochre jellies. Okay. Nothing crazy. My freaking weapon's not bound again. Gosh darn it. I have got to stop forgetting that.
Swift and lethal. Sometimes the only way out is through. I'm ready. Moving.
Don't you pseudopod. Zoom.
Let's have some courage.
Woohoo.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Yeet. Tell me not enough movement. How dare you?
Onward.
Yeet.
Victory awaits.
Yup. Rude. Oh my gosh, why is it taking so many hits?
I won't give in.
Let's have some fun. Time to move.
Can't give up.
Yeet.
What do I have to lose?
Shall we cut and run?
Stab.
Victory awaits.
Smack. Smack. Yoink. Woohoo! There we go. There's all the things.
On my way.
Oh, come on. You didn't need to step in the acid. Why'd you do that?
Curious. That stone there's been pried loose.
There's no time to
Shadow Heart, remove it. Aha! Yoink. Shadowheart's got such high strength for no reason.
Don't waste a step.
Okay. Oh, I should... I'll move away.
Don't touch me.
Thank you.
Room's getting all spinny.
I must summon the Raven because it can blind, and that's like super helpful.
Have a lot on my mind, and well, in it. Light on my feet.
Okay, up here is the hole that we can't get in.
Something over there.
There's something somewhere.
I'm way too big.
Yep, aren't we all? Alright, everybody else get in here.
That might be worth a look.
What? What on earth are you looking at?
Something over there.
The button, thank you. Thank you for somebody seeing it. Oh my gosh. So many perception checks and just nothing is...
Maybe I need more pockets.
As little actual showing me what they're talking about as possible. Okay, I think that's it in here though. Okay. Let's get out of here then.
More drink, less backchat.
Okay, what's these guys' deal?
Hey, stick shit!
It's stick pick, you piss pot.
That's what I said. Stick shit.
My mug's gone dry, stick shit.
You heard her, stick shit.
Y'all suck.
Another stick shit.
Piss pot.
You flirt. Now jump to it. Or it's up to the lift and straight to the shadows.
If I was that slave, I'd be tempted to add a dash of something poisonous to their drinks.
We still could.
True soul, yeah? Tell the sergeant we won't move a pebble.
Nah, they still disgust me.
Comfortably. Figured it obvious. I'll kick up my feet, order a brew, watch them work.
We're gonna
Don't
fight
complain,
all
but ain't love it.
anyways.
I'm telling you.
I don't like
And
you.
I don't like pig shit, but damned if your mouth ain't spewing it. You want respect? Let your absolute pay for it. Till then, bugger off.
Would anybody know if we just stabbed them?
Stick shit. Where's my drink?
Coming right up, piss pot.
Stick shit. Talks like smug, and he wrecked that shroom village.
And then shagged it.
Here's to smug, nasty prick.
Y'all are alone in a corner. No one will ever know if I just decimate you right now.
Know any good gnome jokes?
Careful, I might. Step like
Coming up, Schultz.
Brackets will be done. Shit, never a dull moment.
Get we asked.
Blackets will be done.
I must keep going.
Well, hello.
Smack.
You attacked someone.
Oh
Only
no.
guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
You're the only ones over here. Smack. Oh, that was almost enough to kill you. Blinded.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Hold on, how much does this do? 4 to 13. You get both of them.
Time to strike.
And yeet. Really? Rude. Cool.
Shit! You did it!
Yeah.
What now?
Go. Figure your own shit out.
Just when I thought you half decent. I know a place. Across the lake. Should be safe. You might be a shithead. But I'm grateful.
Damn, that's a really great way to talk to someone that just killed the people tormenting you.
Something good here, I hope. Never wanted the easy path.
Okay, time to see if we get attacked now. Oh, we're encumbered. um... Those on you. Take a bunch of the stuff too. Oh, I meant to put that ring on you. Additional healing, please. Thank you. The restoration one I'll just hold on to and put it on as needed. Color spray we can put on literally anyone. I'm gonna give Astarion more invisibility. We love more invisibility. It's great. Cool, we just get to keep walking around and nobody gives a shit.
Deep no make, but the design is anything but. What was this fort?
Come into her shadow. Let all that is past be forgotten.
Gold accents aren't too tarnished yet. You might be able to chip them off and melt them.
Oh, enough.
Lizelle gets to go sit in a corner again.
Next, I wonder. Still breathing, despite everything.
Yes. How peculiar. Smooth face, cobbled edges. They're a sign. They must be. What luck! Look here, Hoon. I seek fresh eyes. Care to lend yours to a weary mason?
Sure.
Ease your suspicions. I've got no mind for slaving. My passion is stone, and my god is the chisel. But these learned eyes reach their limits, and so I must humbly request yours. The rock, the rubble, all of it, if I may be so bold. Take a look. Tell me what you see, and be thorough.
Alright, chap. Time to be thorough. I guess history, because we've got the best chance at it first. Cool.
The statue's meandering curves and golden edges stand out against the weathered masonry behind it. Two styles, two eras. The statue was carved from newer stone and erected by latecomers to this ancient fortress.
Anything standing out?
Let's do perception next. We've got a good chance at it as well. Very nice.
Several glassy stones stand out in the debris. Their borders are coated with tiny yellow crystals. The hottest of flames smoothed the stone and left sulfuric crystals behind. The fires of the hells have touched Grimforge.
Okay, last one. Well. Nope. Okay. Well, at least we got the first two.
Boulders and stone bricks of various sizes clutter the corridor. Many split cleanly in two. Yet some walls remain fully intact.
We got that on a nat
What
1.
this pattern signifies, you can't fathom.
What do you think? The statue is newer than the fortress, you say? So obvious in hindsight. Sulfur. Of course. The rocks have been altered by hellfire.
Obviously.
Alas, you've left me with more questions than answers. My survey continues.
Glad to help.
Well, let's see what you've got.
I'm more interested in what you've got. Not much. I wish I had a better idea of what the infernal, like, alloy was for. You could end up getting so much of it, but you only ever use it, like, once. And then, like, never again. And you don't have nearly as much on you as I remember you having. That's super unfortunate. Okay. I've got the wrong menu open as well, which doesn't help. There we go. Sell all that silver. Okay, you still got a little bit of money left. Do I have anything else?
My faith will guide me.
Okay. There we go.
That's all then.
That is all. Okay, I need to send some things, like, to camp that I'm not... going to super worry about. Let's put Dash on you. Send that back to camp. This is the extra healing thing. Yeah, it's an extra healing spell, but they might fall asleep. That or have lesser restoration. Let's put this on her for now, and she can hold on to their lesser restoration. We can always use that another time. Keep the Featherfall boots. Send that to camp. Automatically disengaging is nice, but I think we're better off having this on Shadowheart. Sister Dagger is just a +1, but it silences. No, it does less damage, but the silence is almost more worth it over the slightly higher damage. Okay. There, move some extra stuff out of our way.
Should mind my step. I should speak up.
Got some Roth here.
Tired. Sleep.
Rest, little one. But do not take long. I feel his shadow.
Whose?
I heard his name whispered. The rock shivers from the sound. The Ketheric Thorm.
I didn't realize you could get so much Ketheric.
Yet your heart pulses to its rhythm. Thorm. Thorm.
Who is he?
Mighty elf, cloaked in darkness. 10 masters ago, and 10 more. But I remember. There was the work, and the blood. There was the Thorm's army. There was the Hellbeast that broke them. The Ketheric Thorm's name faded into stone until the Near came. I outlived my mother, and her mother's mother, and many mothers beyond.
That's a long, long life.
Blessed to see many live, cursed to see many die.
Okay.
I saw tusks and flesh, smelled fire and eggs. It came with the mask men, crashing and smashing.
I wish I could get Shadowheart's perspective on this, because she should know who Ketheric Thorm is.
I know not, so I say not. Yet I hear his name again, said by the shadows.
Plot twist told him his mothers were the same person. Oh, jeez. Well, that was cool. I didn't get that dialogue last time. Oh, a sleepy one.
But that will fit in my pack.
Oh. If I want Shadowheart to know this, I need her up here. Shadowheart, would you like to recognize some stuff?
As you look at the skeletons, you realize they are all clad in the same dark armor. You immediately recognize the symbol of your lady. You know these uniforms. These people
There
are
it
Dark
is.
Justiciars, an honorary order within the priesthood of Shah.
Yes, we should press forward. These dead have no more tales to tell.
There we go. Real easy to pass and have the information if you just have Shadowheart with you. Okay, what does this armor... While obscured by Shadow, the wearer deals 1 to 4 necrotic damage to attackers that hit them with a melee attack. It's not really great for her. But mostly just we don't do a lot of obscured and shadows stuff. An Astarion can only wear light armor. I don't think he can wear medium. Oh, he can. I mean, we lose the plus to stealth, but... Well, you look silly. Pandora, what are you doing up there? Hi. Don't touch the lamp with your face. Don't do that.
Time to press ahead.
Silly baby. Oof. Encumbered because mail is heavy. There we go.
Keep a blade close. Symbol.
Lockpick. Cool. Just a basic +1 enchanted. Sharn crossbow, it's light. Perfect. There. It's better than what we had.
I'll just help myself.
I will indeed.
Step quick.
Okay. Got backpack. It's gold. We love gold. Alright, down you go, Astarion. Yoink this. You can make it. Yeet!
Oh dear.
Perfect.
Someone's left a trap out for us.
At least we saw it. Let's go, nat 20! Heck. Let's try that again. Much better. Lightning shield. Which does what? Consume lightning charges and release a blast of electricity that damages and jolts nearby enemies. That would require lightning charges. Huh. Okay. Let's get ourselves back up. Yeet. Okay, go down there later as well.
Can't give up now. Breathe deep and move.
Okay, heading over here to deal with this stuff.
You, grab a cane and whip these droognin beasts into... That rubble needs clearing, and my patience is hanging on by an arse whisker. And it sounds like your arse wants for a lashing, the way you talk out of it. Something spooks the dumb shits, so stop your jawing and get to working.
You can go for it.
Droognin hoon, I'll split you from head to hole.
Everyone's so aggressive in here, it makes it really easy. Oh, I don't want to fight the Roth, though. I'll have to be really careful. Yeet. Put you there.
My path be true.
Yeet. Ow. It's fine. Ow.
Concentrate.
And we missed. That's fine. Ow. Please don't attack me. Please, I didn't do it. Oh, God. Ow, don't smack that. Hunter's mark on me. That's fine. That's not that scary. I will do this, though. Bap. Nice. Very nice. No! Poor little guy. I tried.
Can't slow down.
Yeah, I'll have to pick her back up. It's fine.
Now they see me.
Act fast. On the move.
You've got both quite a bit of health left.
Take your
Heal. Yeet. hit. I don't want to knock him off a ledge. So close.
Hope this ends well.
I'll take the attack. Ow. I just want to move to this side of everything. Ow. What's my... Really? What do you mean you can't see? Really? You can't see because... Okay, sure. That's... whatever. Heal. Heal her. Very nice. Ow. Weak grip. That's rude. There we go.
Just like old times.
Finish this.
Oh, come on. Don't make me attack it. I don't think I have anything to, like, calm.
Got to keep fighting.
Hungry for the slaughter.
No, not really. Oh, it's not her turn, so she can't. No, it's Shadowheart's turn. She's got a bonus action. I can at least look at my animal friendship's a full action. Ow. Really? I guess it only works that it won't attack me specifically, not other people.
Need to act fast. No time for lie down.
Heck. Let's do this.
Blood comes easy these days.
I've missed this.
There. Just knocked it out. I don't think I can break this on my own. Yeah, it's immune to slashing. Piercing resistance. And immune to everything else. I don't think any of us can do enough with a bow. We really needed the Roth to break it.
What's in here?
Can I unknock it out if I long rest here?
You carry a Githyanki relic. I will have an explanation. Or your head.
Oops.
Walk away. Now. I won't warn you again.
Ah.
That artifact is an heirloom of my people. Likely she spilled Githyanki blood in order to steal it. This cannot stand.
I cannot have you guys kill each other.
Plunder from some conquered realm, more like. This artifact is the only thing keeping us from becoming slaves to our parasites. Be glad I have it.
Stop.
Remove yourself if you are so easily offended. This is not your concern.
Nonsense. You're just finally showing us what you really are. A reaver to the bone.
I don't think I'd deal with this before.
Every word that spills from your mouth is worth less than the last.
Lae'zel thinks I have something important to her people. She's deluded, clear.
Lies. She carries an heirloom of my people. I must know why. Incorrect. Judicious bloodletting settles feuds and roots out the weak, the deceitful.
Do you hear this, tribe? Our lives are at stake, and she wants us to turn on each other.
No others. Just you and me.
There's like no options that are...
The bad blood must be purged. A jewel come first light.
You mean I'd get to prove you wrong and thrash you? I love it.
Can you guys not kill each other?
Get some rest, Lae'zel. You'll need it.
I don't have room to lose one of you.
You had every chance to look the other way. But here we are. You chose this.
That's not a duel. That's being a coward.
If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned.
Stop!
She's a liability. It's the artifact we need, not her.
I need both of you.
I'll show you.
Can I do that, Lae'zel? Can I turn my back on you?
Never. Thieves aren't afforded such luxury.
Loosen the grip on your pride for one blasted moment, won't you? We needn't be enemies. There's plenty of those to go around already.
What would you have? That we be friends?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
You don't have to be friends to just not kill each other.
But imagine what we might achieve if we channeled some of that hostility back at our real foes, instead of each other.
You could have started with that, Shadowheart, instead of just, like, egging her on earlier. God, the two of them have issues. Oh boy. My only teammates at the moment. I need them to not. They can be at each other's throats when we have What's-Her-Face with us.
No. Why would I bury a weapon? Is it broken?
Where'd the one go? Gosh, frickin'.
I do not know your metaphor, but if you need help digging, I will find a shovel. What path lies before me?
Well. Ask the ones down here for help.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Afraid. Do not think on it.
No, I can't.
I've been watching.
Afraid. Do not.
Yuck. Watching them just go down a second time is still funny. Heck. It doesn't have any resistances to thunder. At the very least. That's the only thing it doesn't have resistance to. Do I have hardly anything that would do shatter? Could do 24 damage. Why are you no longer with the Why are they withered? We didn't go anywhere. We didn't go anywhere that these should have withered. We're still in the Underdark. Well, I guess we don't have to deal with that anymore at the very least. Rude. I don't want to actually stand anywhere near this if I'm going to cast Shatter on it. Start. Oh, this is working. Partially working. There we go. Didn't even have to waste the shatter. I could have just sat there and done that. Oh well. It's fine.
What's hiding here?
Is there anything on these guys worth the risk of stealing? Not particularly. Okay.
Have I been this way before?
Yeah, no, we might be, like, murdering everybody else in the game, but we don't need to murder our allies.
Are those specks of adamantium in this slag?
They are. How convenient. Battle axe. I don't think I can reach. I can reach. Okay. And you know, chat, and all the time, I never figured out what this Orb of Dark Vision is supposed to help us with.
Something's off. Pure shadow. Around
It
me.
gives us 10 turns of Dark Vision for some reason. I don't, for the life of me, know why.
What's inside?
scaring me. His head just pops off. Alright.
Someone doesn't like visitors.
Alright, time to just start disarming shit. Slowly but surely. No, because it gives me dark vision. Like, I can see in the dark with it. But there's... I've not encountered anything here that would need that in some way. There's not any, like, magical darkness or anything that... Get them closer now. Thank you. Move them very slowly, because I have literally just had them walk past me and step on traps before. It drives me nuts. Okay. Trapped beacon. Okay, no one saw this one, unfortunately. We got a key. Move forward. Nope, stop moving. Oh, fuck. See, chat, they stress me out.
Be careful. There are traps about.
Be forward, stop. Oh my god. Was there not a plate there? How did I not? Ha! Ugh. Oh my gosh. Normally there's... Just like this one, there should have been a trigger there. Weird.
Traps. How considerate.
Yeah, thanks. Super helpful. There we go. Finally someone saw this one. Huh. Okay. Possible to lockpick. That's right. 22 damage. I don't think I can do 22. I don't think anyone here has bludgeoning damage. You do. Well, I'd have to do max damage with Shadowheart to break this. That's not working. That's not, I wanted to examine it again. Oh, acid 2, huh? I literally have, like, the perfect setup to do a good chunk of damage to this thing. And just can't. Hammer is not great. Our flail is way better. Hi, Dusty. I think... Does one of you... You do.
Onward.
You should just be able... to... Yeet!
Open up.
Dusty, there I can hear there are people downstairs you can go ask to take you.
There
we go.
There are traps about.
Okay. There. No more traps.
No time to rest.
I'm thinking.
Zoom.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
The idol of Lady Shah. It's beautiful.
You want it?
I don't think there'll be any more trouble between Lae'zel and I, if you were wondering.
Good to know.
We can all sleep easier now. Well, apart from all the rest. Relax. We'll kiss and make up on our own time. Someone prodding at a newly opened wound doesn't help matters.
I literally want to talk about anything else.
I know. I felt it.
Oh, now she's asking about the frickin' artifact not being in her possession, but being in mine. I recognize this dialogue, but it's not actually showing me any of the dialogue.
You wouldn't have been able to take it. The artifact has a will of its own. It'd fight back if it didn't want to be with you. I felt it go from me to you. You need its help, just as it needs us. Still just a box, after all. Might not be possible. It's stubborn that way. Prone to lashing out. Keep it for now. We can all help to protect it.
Cool. I still was trying to talk to you.
Something the matter?
Here you go.
You thought of me. Thank you. It's beautiful. I'll find a place of honor for it in camp. Nobody's ever given me anything before. What do I owe you in return?
To empty out that purse.
Well, in that case, thank you. I'll always think of you when I look upon it.
I should be doing
After
all
I
of the
think
evil
Lady Shah,
options.
of course. I wonder, perhaps this is connected to the Dark Justiciars. This isn't the first sign we've come across. It can't just be a coincidence. They had a presence in these lands once. I should keep watch for more signs.
We'll see if we find anything.
I should have known you'd be understanding.
Double why were you in pains? Chest. Alright, what do we got? High spellcasting. Gain a +1 bonus to spell save DC. The wearer has a +1 bonus to armor class and saving throws as long as they have lightning charges. Not particularly useful. We're not doing a lightning charge build here. I have a monk that I'm doing lightning charge build on, but unfortunately that's still not super helped by that item. Why do you want to speak?
There's something I want to talk to you about. Something important.
What?
I could have died in that pod, back on the North
This has
Road.
been a long time ago.
You could have died, spending precious moments trying to free me, but you did it anyway. I owe you my life.
Yep.
Twice over, in fact. You supported me against Lae'zel. I may not have survived that night without you. I'm trying to say that you've earned my trust in a way very few ever have. I want that to mean something. I want you to know more about me.
If I just let them kill each other, could I have just revived one of them?
As long as I've prayed to Lady Shah, I've wished to serve her as a Dark Justiciar.
Don't worry, I got you.
There's scarcely a greater way to fully dedicate yourself to Lady Shah, save perhaps if you become the head of her church. To become a Dark Justiciar is to become the Night Singer's sword arm, her implement with which she will cast down the unbelievers and win the final battle to restore her perfect, endless darkness. It's all I ever wanted. I prayed it was my calling. But Mother forbid me from seeking to prove myself worthy of the rank. She said I was not ready. Not my mother, I should add. The Mother Superior, head of Lady Shah's enclave in Baldur's Gate. Sometimes I wonder if she would ever deem me ready. I owe her everything, and I only wish to serve, yet she can prove inscrutable.
Will she relent?
I don't know. Perhaps if I succeed in my mission and reach Baldur's Gate. Hope has little place amongst Lady Shah's children. It's an illusion, a distraction. For this, I hope my time will yet come.
Okay. I'm gonna be nice enough to the companions, because I don't know what happens if I absolutely piss all of them off, and these are literally the only people I have left. So, yeah. We'll be mean to everybody else. Just... Oink. Okay. I do plan on going down, like, the negative routes of, like, their stories. Getting some of, like, the bad ending options for them all. Too much. There we go. There is a ton of replayability, yeah. Okay, who do I want to leave behind?
Eager for battle. No one stopped me yet.
Everybody else get on the thing.
What a day.
Okay.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Let's go down here real quick. We'll yoink this stuff. Longsword mold.
Used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
Indeed.
With haste.
Let's have a look.
Oh, there's someone I can sell to down there. Cool. Definitely gotta make sure I do that later. Okay. Honestly, part of me wants to start, like, when I go to do this fight, just have a character up here and just absolutely throw the rune powder barrel down there and just boom. Or have someone place it down there and then, like, throw a firebolt or something at it. We do have fireball. We do love a good fireball. It's pretty great. Okay. Let's get back over here real quick, though. We're not quite there yet. Let's get you up here. Grab this. Move this. I don't think raising it super mattered, but that's fine.
What now?
No time to dally.
There we go.
Come, all who are weary, sleep and forget.
Gazelle, I need you to just chill. Cool. Thank you.
Someone there. Let's crack it open.
Open this up. That's rude. It's like one of the only ways I could possibly fail. There.
Yes, please.
Let's go back to you. You've got a bit more room for looting.
Moving ahead. Anything of use?
All bones so far. Key, though. We love a good Harper key. Ah, there we go. Master Ketherick. Lux Splenda. How to open the chest. Okay.
Watchword? Lux Splendor.
Investigation
mean?
failed. I know what it means. It means it opens the chest. Probably. Can I make others read that at all? Is that a thing? Rude.
Alive, so that's progress.
If I make someone else read it, they should also make the check. If I want to spend my time doing that, I will.
What's in here?
Bones. Mostly bones.
These are Sharan weapons. I would recognize the Night Singer's blades anywhere.
Cool. I'm glad that we recognized that. Tarnished key. Oh, ye tarnished. I've made this joke 3 times in like 1 week. Don't lay down. Okay.
Nothing hurts anymore. Out of sight, out of mind.
Turn that off.
What am I to do? Keep no one quiet.
Trust no one. Simple.
Alright. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have a key? Can I just, like... Yeah. Whoop, well, okay. That's fine.
Sounds like fun.
Cool. Oh, I can turn off the passive now. Because that did not work anyways.
Waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, my hiding totally failed. Yeet!
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Fine. I did not put you in the red, but I guess it was just barely too close to it.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Stab.
The time's become.
And smack. Really? Oh, immune to fire, that's why. Ow! Jeez. I'm working on it, I promise. That was actually kind of a waste of that. That's fine.
We need
Get back up. Thank you. Bam. Perfect. Ow.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Okay. And stab. Don't react. Not worth. Ow. It's fine. Yes, arrow. Stab. Don't do that. Don't fucking... It's fine. At least I stopped him from attacking the air.
Catch my breath.
Yeah, it was fine. As long as I didn't do minimum damage on that one, I had won. Ow. Why are we taking damage?
Curious mask. What's it doing here? This belonged to American, one of Hell's foot soldiers.
Okay.
Keep going a little longer now.
Jelly.
What's hiding here?
Ah, deals an additional 1 to 4 piercing to burning targets. Can I use that? It's a hand crossbow. Yes, I can. Might as well. Ooh. Key. And I'm encumbered. There we go.
My faith protects me. Another mask. Amerigon's mask, no less. Those infernal soldiers only fight with a commander at their side. And I don't see one here.
Okay. I wish I could get her to react to the all of the Shar and stuff.
I'll go this way.
Okay. Let's head down the stairs.
What to do? Swift as my feet can carry me. No traps, please.
Oh, no traps. Yeet. Grab this. Go to you. Map of Moonhaven.
There is work to do.
Oh, fine. First mirror that I can get her to interact with, and she won't even. Scimitar mold. That's weird. I could have sworn that the captain was over here. Weird. I really thought I remembered that. Oh well. Chat, I do think I'm gonna go ahead and call it there, though. Ugh. We are very close to some big fights for next time, though. We have all of the fights with the Dwergar and Nier, and we're coming up on the Forge as well. I'm gonna try to do the alternate kill with the Forge that I didn't do the first time. I should have to find out which achievement I got for that. Because there's 2 ways to kill the enemy in the Forge. Can I actually check which one I got? Where are my achievements? did I not have an achievement for? Huh. I could have sworn that I had an achievement. I have an achievement for using the forge, but I thought that there were two... I thought there was an achievement for the 2 ways of killing. I didn't realize I had an achievement. Crash landing. Wait until the dragon is mid-flight, then knock it out of the sky. Alright. Yeah, I guess I don't have... I'll have to figure out which one is actually the achievement so I can make sure to do... Make sure to do the correct kill. Yeah, oh well. I guess I'll have to figure that out so we can do the correct one. That'll be a interesting fight to come then, chat. Let's go ahead and save, though. Dwarves. Perfect. Alright, chat. Well, thank you guys for hanging out, lurking, and chatting and whatnot. Let's go ahead and swap screens here. Boop. Hello. Okay. Let me see if there's anybody online we can raid chat. And you guys know the drill. It's Friday. That means no more streams this week. We'll be back on Monday, though, as long as nothing crazy happens. Let's see. Gosh, how many people playing the new Fortnite stuff? How about we raid Post tonight, chat? Post playing some Lethal Company. Let's get that queued up. Y'all know the drill with raids. Be nice, follow Post's rules. Most importantly, have fun. Alright. Hope you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the absolute heck it may be for you. Have a wonderful weekend, chat. And I hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.